Well, a very warm good morning and welcome to Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway for the 2020 Arise Racing Carnival of Karts, the final open race meeting of the 2020 season. It's so great to have you joining us along here at Wanneroo International Raceway, and if you're joining us live online for our live broadcast brought to you all day long by 4Style Media, and a big thanks to all of our sponsors and media partners that will bring to you all the action throughout the day for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. Of course, this round also serves as the final round of the West Australian KZ series, who are lining up on the outgrid and about to come on out for their qualifying. Currently, it's 20 degrees up here in Wanneroo, and we're set for a beautiful day. Not too hot, blue skies, and beautiful racing coming at us all day long as we look across the top end of the racetrack. And that's a very unique view from the very back end of the 1,025-metre racetrack here at Wanneroo. Our race format for all classes except in KZ, 8-lap heat races and a 15-kilometre long final. 15 laps of a 1-kilometre circuit tonight under lights here at Wanneroo International Raceway to round out the day. And for those boys in the KZ2 series, they are going to be in for a world of hurt. 12-lap heat races and then a 20-lap final tonight under lights to crown the round winner for the final round of the WAKZ series. And you can see the mad scramble on the outgrid as people still running to get seated up and get ready to go as our WA combined classes, combined medium, getting ready on the outgrid for the first of their heat races of the day as KZ2 comes on out, and we bring to you a 25 kart field of KZ2 for the West Australian KZ series, and there's some new names and some new equipment lining up on the starting grid here today. Of course, all season long it's been about Tommy Sparks for the round win. 3 rounds in a row so far, but Blake Mills has been the man to beat when it comes to points. He's been the most consistent all season long after starting off his account with the round win at the opening round of the West Australian KZ Series up at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. Tommy Sparks, the number 21 OJG Engineering Charles Leclerc kart, will be one to watch as well, and we've got some new names joining the field today in the names of Jake Claridge and Samuel Dicker. 2 big names in West Australian karting going to be out there on track and having a go, and some new equipment joining as well as the likes of Damon Papa Sergio makes the switch out of a Tony Kart chassis and jumps into the Birillart manufactured number 77 machine. It's going to be very, very interesting to see the times that come out of qualifying here and how big the drop-off is when the guys get into racing and trying to look after the tyres underneath them. The MGFZ yellow-green prime tyre is the tyre to use for the class, and they're all allowed only 1 set for the entire duration of the day. At the moment, Riley Traeger fastest on track, a 47.085. Tommy Sparks, a 47.2. Bailey Gretsch in the 55 CRG, he's on a 47.46. Hayden Patrizzi in the number 29 Ricardo kart goes a 47.603. Tommy Shu in the 75 BRM chassis with a 47.609. Now Tommy Sparks goes quickest, 46.5. Now this times are starting to come down. Blake Mills responds, 46.4. Gretsch with a 46.55. Sparksy down to third. Riley Traeger still on a 46.7, and Pierce on a 46.7. Nick Middick, who's currently fighting to remain third in the championship, he goes down to 7th as Tommy Shu jumps up into P4, puts Traeger down to P5. Mills 46.451 as we follow the karts down the main straightaway here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. 1,025 metres and a whole bunch of undulation, change, bumps and curves and off cambers to deal with. As we progress through the day, check out the shot as the karts come out of Hell's Corner, and we follow Daniel Sugar just coming out of the corner then. And our 25 kart strong field. Currently being led Blake Mills, 46.477. Samuel Dicker making a step into the Corey Minton chassis for this weekend. He goes through as Tommy Shu, 46.42 to the top of the board. Welcome back to West Australian karting to Tommy Shu, as now Sam Dicker pips him, 46.2. Sam said he was highly doubtful that he was going to be on top of the board this weekend. Said he'd be happy just to make a top 15 if he could. Dicker, 46.286. Tommy Shue, 46.426. Blake Mills, 46.477. Tommy Sparks, 46.516. Josh Merritt in the number 23 Grand Prix kart, 47.099. Bailey Gretsch, P6. Nick Middick, P7. Jake Claridge, P8. Riley Traeger, P9. James Mackay, P10. From Mason Harvey, Hayden Patrizzi, Dan Curry, Jaden Pearson, Luca Nietzsche, a new name into the field as well, in the number 5 Ricardo Kart. The young 14, 15-year-old stepping out of tag 125 and coming racing in KZ. We'll see what he can do. He's moving around in the order. Adam McKenzie has gone P15. Jaden Pierce goes P14. Pierce said to me this morning he felt like his kart was very good in practice yesterday and he was hoping to repeat his similar kind of form that he had down at Bunbury City Kart Club just 2 weeks ago for the final round of the PatrizziCourse.com Gold Star Series. But at the moment, Sam Dicker now clicking off a 47.006, a best time 46.2. As we start to wind down the back end of qualifying, the times not really getting any quicker. It looks like Samuel Dicker will be on top with 30 seconds to go in qualifying for KZ2. We get set to go with heat racing in just a few moments. We'll be back very soon for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. Well, it's time to get racing underway in just a couple of moments, and we start things off with WA Combined Medium. Been a strong talking point here in West Australian karting over the last few weeks as we bring WA Combined to a major open event in the Perth metro area, doing away with the usual running of 125 restricted categories and running KA3 categories separately. We put them all into one bag and shake them up and see who falls out on top. And in the humble opinion of this commentator, a better way to go racing is a combined category. To put the different performance karts on the same tyre into a relative parity state with different weight breaks and get them all out on track in the same races. More karts on track with more action provides better racing and more enjoyment. And it's an interesting mix so far. Zach Needham with the KA engine goes fastest in qualifying this morning. Thomas Boucher. So Needham with the KA engine goes fastest in qualifying. Thomas Boucher with the Rotax engine goes second fastest. Dulio Salvador goes third fastest. Braden Barrow with the KA goes fourth fastest. Jay Bunton from P5. Brad Ashling from P6 from Taylor Campbell, Chantel Cole. John Stelly and party king rounding out your top 10. This is WA Combined Medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies. Getting ready for their 8-lap heat race, and this is going to be an interesting one. We have all 3 engines in WA Combined in the first 3 positions on the grid. KA from Rotax from X30. This is the state of West Australian karting. WA Combined Medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies, lining up and getting ready with a 22 kart field. Strong numbers and exciting racing is going to be the way to go as we get set for Heat 1. So Zach Needham is going to lead the field around the top end of the racetrack before we get set to go, with lights out sending us racing for 8 laps on the board here in Heat 1. WA Combined Medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies. Here we go, lights are out and we are away. Needham can't get the jump off the start. Boucher runs wide at turn 1 and is off. Oh, we got 3 off into the dirt at turn 1 already. And unfortunately, Brock Durden must just have run over a cat a few years ago, because the guy can never catch a break in WA karting. It's Braden Bauer in the 53 Performance Kart Centre Arrow chassis leading the way. Zach Needham in the Arrow X1E goes to second behind him. The 2 KA engines breaking away from the field early. Julio Salvador with the X30 power on the Maranello kart. He goes to third. We've got a couple more caught up at the bus stop corner there. As we follow along, Bauer leading from Needham. Zach Needham, who picked himself up a $100 voucher for being your fastest qualifier this morning. Thanks to our fantastic sponsors bringing everything to the fray this weekend. Of course, our title sponsor of Rise Racing, bringing you all the action for the Carnival of Karts here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. But it's Bauer, off the back of a win at the Gold Star Final just 2 weeks ago down at Bunbury City Kart Club, leading the way across the top end of the track for Performance Kart Centre from Zach Needham. His fellow KA engine compatriot in second, trying to put the pressure on him at the moment. Salvador with the... looks like a KA engine. I might have been incorrect with my call there. Salvador trying to put some pressure on. He's got no radiator on his left arm, so definitely a KA engine across your top 3. They lead out from Tom Boucher, who's going to be kicking himself a little bit, doing the dirty on the opening lap with the Rotax power. The number 18 flat-out karts entry finds himself in a bit of trouble on the first lap and have to fight back into the party. Salvador has a fast lap of the race for the Maranello kart number 2 machine, a 51.84 last time across. As the WA Combined Medium class, brought to you by BGW Technologies. BGW Technologies, a specialist security wholesaler for system integrators and trade customers, providing genuine customer service based on their thorough understanding of the needs of your customers. Their highly skilled and experienced technical people will design tailored solutions that combine the right products with value-added services to ensure your security system is cost-effective and successfully deployed on time. BGW Technologies bringing you WA Combined Medium as the fight is on for the lead. Needham up the inside at Hell's Corner on Braden Bauer, and Baden tags a little bit of the nose cone on Needham's rear bumper bar, forces him back into the clutches with Julio Salvador. Here comes Tom Boucher up the inside of Salvador, bringing the Rotax to the party. And Boucher goes into third, now sets his sights forward. If he can break away from Salvador to put the pressure on Bauer for second, as Zach Needham breaking away. We followed the battle for third and fourth across the top end of the track. Tom Boucher set the hot lap a moment ago, 51.03. as they come down the main straight for Arise Racing. And our 22-kart field gets dropped off to a matter of 16 remaining after the opening lap. Needham leads the way, but we follow here. There's Needham across your screen from Bowra and Bauscher. That's going to be a tongue twister all day long, I can tell you that. Through Hell's Corner, and Tom Bauscher is on an absolute mission. Kicking himself from the opening lap. I know Tom is not one to let a mistake go easily for himself. And Bauscher is going to continue to push the envelope. We crossed the halfway point just a couple of moments ago. And we look across the top end of the track as the karts come pouring through the back hairpin. Sweeping around onto the Arise Racing main straight. Needham leads, and the battle is on for second here. Bowra and Bauscher again. Tom Bauscher, 50.787. New hot lap as Bowra covers off the inside line up through the Thunderdome. Putting the pressure on as they come down the hill towards Hell's Corner. Watch for a move to the inside. Bauscher pulls out. It's going to be a late move under brakes, so he tucks back in to leave him be. They come out of Hell's Corner, and he cost himself some momentum there as Julio Salvador monsters up onto the back end of Bauscher out of Hell's Corner. And this is the differences between a KA100 engine and the 125 counterparts of the X30 or the Rotax 125 in the class. You get very big differences in where each engine is quicker on track. The KAs might pull a little bit better off the tight corners, but the 125s will open up the taps on the straights and skip away, as you see that following Bauscher and Julio Del Salvador down the main straight right now. Bauscher opens up a couple of kart lengths as they come on down. 2 laps to go. Coming up to the final lap in just a moment's time, Zach Needham, a moment ago in the Kart Force Arrow X1E chassis, set the fast lap of the race of 50.757. As he comes down onto the Arise Racing main straight. Final lap, 1 to go for Zach Needham here in Heat 1 of WA Combined Medium. As Needham brings it down into Hell's Corner for the final time. Surviving the opening lap shenanigans and an early challenge from Braden Bowra. Could see Braden's dad Peter roaming around the pits this morning, enjoying the sights and sounds of WA karting, and Braden back into a seat after a little bit of time off recently and found himself back to the pointy end of the field a little while ago. As Zach Needham, though, still has the class of the field as he takes the win in Heat 1 for WA Combined Medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies. Needham with the win, Braden Bowra second, the 2KA engine karts out front. And Thomas Bauscher setting the fastest lap of the race on the final lap of 50.657. With the Rotax-powered flat-out Arrow machine, he goes third. Julio Salvador home in P4. Bradley Ashling in P5. From Jay Bunton in 6. Taylor Campbell in 7. Joshua Dilio in the 8. Chantel Hall in P9. Carlos Del Toro rounding out your top 10 from Tide Ashling and Nathan Hume. Your full running order. That was WA Combined Medium Heat 1 to kick us off for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. We'll get set with Cadet 9s in just a couple of moments. Next race out on track brings us Cadet 9s, brought to you by Bunbury Kart Works. And a field of just 6 drivers joins us this weekend for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts as the first step in West Australian karting that you can get your child involved in, the youngest field of drivers on track. You can get in your backside into a kart at the age of just 7 years old and go racing. Earlier and younger they get, and they are so small in these little karts, but it's fantastic to see. And it's where every great racing driver once started to cut their teeth. The likes of Daniel Ricciardo started in these very karts, the same for the likes of Garth Tander, James Courtney, Jamie Whincup, and everybody in between. And even many names in seniors these days in the senior categories of West Australian karting started here in Cadet 9s many, many moons ago. And for someone 20 years ago made their debut here at Wanneroo International Raceway in Cadet 9s, yours truly has found myself still at a go-kart track 20 years later. And Cadet 9s brought to you by Bunbury Kart Works, your trackside one-stop shop. And you're met with professionalism and the knowledge. Go see the team for everything you need. They've got every single part you could possibly imagine. That's Bunbury Kart Works. And Connor Mayer, once again, putting the number 43 flat-out karts entry on the pole spot from Diego Stewart, as we go lights out and racing for Heat 1 of Cadet 9s. And Stewart does it the hard way, all the way around the outside to claim the lead up into the Thunderdome for the first time. And young Connor Mayer gets shuffled back a spot. Looks like Julian Barbas getting dropped off. And the number 38 entry loses a spot. He goes to second. It looks like, as they come out of Hell's Corner. Mayer down to the third spot. Xander Edgington in P4. And Joel Blackman and Caleb McLeod. And I catch myself for a moment as I lose 2 entries of Chase Webb and Campbell Thompson. And I'm going to make an assumption that they've bumped up into Cadet 12s, which is a pretty common thing to do when you step into the back end of a new year. And I look into my Cadet 12 entry list and I spot Webb and Thompson stepping into the next step up in Cadet 12s. But it's young Diego Stewart leading the way in the 73 Tony Kart in our Cadet 9s field. 7/10 of a second back to Julian Barbas in second place. Connor Mayer another 86 thousandths further behind in third. Putting some pressure on as they come down the hill out of Thunderdome for the second time. As Mayer has a little peek to the inside on Julian down at Hell's Corner, but couldn't quite draw alongside. Young Connor has really been a star early on. Put the kart on pole at the City of Perth titles at Coburn International Raceway a little while ago. Now he looks up the inside and gets the job done. Lovely job from Connor Mayer up to second, but he's going to have a drag race on his hands as young Julian tries to draw alongside, but he defends and holds on to second. Now what can he do about this some 1 second deficit that he has to the back of Diego Stewart? As Stewart comes down the line, the 73 Tony Kart getting quicker and quicker as he presses between every race meeting, and the youngster is on a big and steep climb here in the Cadet 9s ranks. Now leading the way in an open event from Connor Mayer in second, and with the... we just had a bit of a wild moment there. Julian Barbas and Xander Edgington getting the elbows out on the way out of Thunderdome. And good job to both drivers to hold onto it and stay on the track and keep the karts pointed in the right direction. We followed Connor Mayer just ahead of Julian Barbas. Further up the road, as you see him flashing across the screen, Diego Stewart leading the way. A hot lap, 58.199 last time across. See what young Stewart can extract from the kart, see if he can maintain a 1.3 second advantage over Connor Mayer. Last time across the line. Little moment ago from young Xander Edgington getting caught up at Hell's Corner, unfortunately facing the wrong direction as a result. And that releases your top three now. Stewart, Mayer and Barbas across the top end of the track. We follow young Diago Stewart as he comes off the top end of the track. Leading the way in the 73 Tony Kart onto the Arise Racing front straight as we are 4 laps to go. Halfway home for Cadet 9's Heat 1, brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. Two laps to go for Diago Stewart down the line, hot lapping a 57.628. The fast lap of the race. Connor Mayer just putting in his personal best lap a moment ago, 57.70. As we pick up Stewart on the run down towards Hell's Corner for one of the second to final times here. Out of Hell's Corner, and the youngster really coming into his own strengths as we have a change of the guard in Cadet 9s. Two regular contenders at the pointy end here. Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb stepping up into Cadet 12s at the back end of this year before they start their 2021 championship campaigns, and they'll have another learning curve ahead of them to deal with a little bit more power and trying to hustle the karts to go a bit faster in a very strong field of what we have in Cadet 12 these days. Cadet 9 always goes through these phases of growth and decline as the young drivers get older. As the last lap board is out, 1 to go for Diago Stewart. Up the hill to Thunderdome for the first final time. 1.8 seconds the advantage he has over Connor Mayer in second. Stewart and Mayer, two of the newest comers to Cadet 9s, both still running their P plates, which means they have not completed 3 or 4 signatures on their licenses to get off their provisional license here in Cadet 9s. And they are really proving they've got plenty of pace in the field as they lead the way 1 and 2 on track. Julian Barbas in third. We just had a little bit of an issue, I believe, for young Joel Blackman getting caught up at Hell's Corner. As we follow Diago Stewart off the top of the back straight into the final corners and onto the Arise Racing straight for the final time. Checkered flag will fly. Stewart wins Heat 1 of Cadet 9, brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks from Connor Mayer. And the number 73 Flat Out Karts Machine in second. Julian Barbas comes home in third. Big thank you to all of the sponsors getting on board and involved for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. We've got $100 vouchers going to all of our top qualifiers from this morning's session. And $500 cash for the winner of each class, which is a big prize in WA karting. It's fantastic to see the growth, and we keep bumping those numbers up until we're going to have some phenomenal events here. And we have a whole bunch of vouchers thanks to Coburn Ice Arena. We've got 12 vouchers brought to you by Coburn Ice Arena to give away to Cadet 9s, Cadet 12s, and KA4 Juniors and KA3 Juniors, valid through to March, so they're valid only through summer. Big thanks to Coburn Ice Arena for coming on board and helping out as well. And a big thank you to Ampol, powering better journeys today and tomorrow, for supporting the Carnival of Karts as we bring you KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources, leader in waste management and service and resource and recovery recycling companies in Perth and servicing all across WA. They deliver integrated environmental solutions to the municipal, commercial, industrial, mining and oil and gas sectors. Eco Resources presenting KA3 Junior, and it's the man from Eco Resources himself, the number 14 Cosmic Kart, Caleb Sumich. The fastest qualifier in this morning's session made himself $100 richer, alongside Sebastian Guest from Guesty Boys Racing. On the outside of the front row, Alex Stefanovic on third, Gabriel Belanca on four, Noah Lyle on five. That's a hot starting grid as we get set to watch the lights go out and send us racing, but we are no start. We'll have another look at your starting grid as the field gets into formation once again. Thomas Lawton in the TuneTech Auto Service Centre Tony Kart machine will start from P6. Aidan Deckers in the Flora Plant KF Kart will start P7. Robert West from Kart Force will start from P8 in the KF Kart. From Dylan Guest, second of the Guesty Boys brothers, backing up in P9. James Buchan in the 59 Arrow chassis will start in P10. James McCucci-Allen out of P11. Jack Caiulo, straight off of school camp during the week, straight to the track yesterday and straight out to compete in the Carnival of Karts today. He starts from P12. Ethan Traeger showing in P13. Mitchell Campbell, P14. Luke Fraser in the 15. And that is your full field for KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources. As it looks like trouble off the back of the grid there for Ethan Traeger in the Kart Republic chassis. He has come to a dead halt in the midfield of the circuit. And Traeger still pedaling the throttle, trying to get the kart to fire and operate. But it looks like he will not make the start of this race. A heartbreaker there for young Heath. And our KA3 Juniors are going to roll around and get set for a start. And what a hot top five we have. Sumich, Guest, Stefanovic, Belanca and Lyle. Some names we're not entirely used to seeing at the pointy end of this field are surely going to mix things up for the last race of the year. Always tends to be a cracker here at Wanneroo International Raceway. As we watch the lights, they are out. We are racing. 8 laps on the board for KA3 Junior. Down to turn 1, Sumich leads the field. The Burilat chassis of Guesty in the second, slots in and covers off the inside line from Stefanovic, who's hanging out Belanca to dry on the outside line. They come down the hill out of Thunderdome for the first time. Sumich, Guesty, Stefanovic, Belanca and Lyle. The top five. Lyle with a big send up the inside into Hell's Corner. Hangs out young Balanka, who slots back in behind him, just ahead of the West Australian state champ Tommy Lawton behind them. But it's Sumic leading the way as they come out of the middle bowl into the top end of the racetrack. The number 14, Eco Resources Cosmic Card of Caleb Sumic, leading from Sebastian Guest and Alex Stefanovic in the early stages of this race. Through the back chicane and onto the Arise Racing front straight. Down the line, lap 1 honours going to Caleb Sumic. As we look at the battle here for 4th, and it's Balanka off the inside of Lyle, who really cops a hip and shoulder there and does the rallycross option through the chicane after Thunderdome. Loses a spot to Tommy Lawton. A wild ride there for Lyle. Now Lawton up the inside of Balanka. And it looked like the 9 of the KF there, just behind the shot of Robert West up the inside of Noah Lyle, shuffling him down another spot on this lap. The two Tony Kart boys, though, fighting over it. Two laps down, 6 to go. We follow this battle. Thomas Lawton and Gabriel Balanka. An elder statesman of the class here in KA3 Junior, and one of the young drivers making a step into it in 2020. Has a big lock up and brings himself well and truly unstuck down at Hell's Corner, and was lucky to miss oncoming traffic of Robert West. Three laps down, 5 to go. As we watch this race unfold, the top 3 starting to really close up. Guest and Stefanovic driving up onto the back of Caleb Sumic. Alex Stefanovic with the OJG Engineering sets the fast lap of the race. Last time across, a 50.208. He brings down the gap by a tenth and a half respectively to the two karts in front of him as they come through the middle double right-hander section. Pretty much flat out in the KA3 kart. A little bit of a lift just to set the kart up and make sure you don't scrub the front tyres off the track. And across the top end of the track. A very tight, quick chicane into a hairpin as we pick up this little battle between Robert West and Noah Lyle. They're fighting over 5th and 6th on track at the moment. After Lyle got shuffled back in the early stages. The number 4, Arise Racing, flat out karts, parallel chassis. Struggling a little bit this morning from Lyle, which is uncharacteristically what we aren't used to seeing out of Noah. Coming off the back of a pretty hot run in WA karting the last few months. We'll see if he can recover in the remaining heats today. But it's Sumic out front, leading by half a second as Caleb put down a hot lap of the race that time across 49.911, the first driver into the 49s in Heat 1 of KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources. Guesty and Stefanovic behind, 2nd and 3rd, trying to put the pressure on, but they are losing out now as the gap goes out to 5.1 tenths of a second. We follow the battle here. The 45 Birulart Guesty Boys Racing of Sebastian in 2nd, Alex Stefanovic in the 22 OJG Engineering Sarah kart, trying to chase him down as we go 5 down, 3 to go for KA3 Junior, Heat 1. Two laps to go, this time across for Caleb Sumic, and it's relatively processional. Out front, he leads the way now by 8 tenths of a second over Sebastian Guest in 2nd. Alex Stefanovic in the 3rd spot. And a gap back to Tommy Lawton, P4. He's coming under a bit of pressure between himself and Robert West. As they come through the middle double right-handers. Lawton and West coming out. Tony Kart VKF into the top corner of the racetrack. West is on a mission in the back part of this race. He has a little look up the inside as they head across the top end of the track, but it's a very hard place to pass here at Wanneroo International Raceway. As they come down the straight, 1 to go. Can Robert West snatch P4 from the WA champ as they head up towards Thunderdome for the final time? We follow the battle. The number 3 TuneTech Auto Service Centre, OTK WA, Tony Kart. Thomas Lawton looks over his shoulder and goes, whoa, we got a race on our hands. Robbie West in the KF kart up the inside at Hell's Corner and made a better job of it than Gabriel Belanca did, but great piece of driving from Thomas Lawton. Fires back to the inside and reclaims it, and that seals the deal. That's the coup de grace for Robert West there. Bogging down the momentum, pulling the revs down too far. He's going to have to settle for P5 unless he gets snatched up by Noah Lyle on the final few corners. But we follow Caleb Sumich round the final corner, and the checkered flag is waving. Sumich wins Heat 1 of KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources. Sebastian Guest with a tidy drive for second, Alex Stefanovic in third. So Caleb Sumich, your winner. Sebastian Guest in second, Alex Stefanovic in third. Thomas Lawton in P4, and Robert West rounds out your top 5 from Noah Lyle, Dylan Guest, Aidan Deckers, Jack Caullo and Mitchell Campbell. Your top 10 here in KA3 Junior ahead of James Bacucci, and James Buck and Luke Fraser. Gabriel Belanca all the way down in 14 after that off. He lost the last 6 laps, unfortunately, off the road. And Ethan Traeger, unfortunately, succumbing to some mechanical issues that stopped him from taking a lights-out start with the number 63 Kart Republic chassis. Struck out there on the track. We'll bring them back out in a little while. That was KA3 Junior Heat 1, brought to you by Eco Resources. We'll take a very short moment before we bring out Tag 125, light and heavy combined, brought to you by Meribooka and Nolamara Car Transport, and integrated products for Heat 1 in just a few moments. He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. As we get set and ready to rock and roll with tag 125 light and 125 heavy in combined format. If you look at the top left-hand side of your screen, it does just say 125 light, brought to you by Mirrabooka and Nollamara Kart Transport. But we do have the 4-kart field of 125 heavy, or even a 3-kart field now, brought to you by Integrated Products, lining up on the back of the field. And a big shout out to Jake Claridge for providing the soundtrack for this weekend's Carnival of Karts. If you want to hear more of his work and his own produced music or his mixes, go search Jake Claridge on Spotify and be sure to find his wicked music. And a great supporter of WA karting as we go lights out on 125 light, getting underway. And 125 heavy off the back of that group as we follow the field up towards Thunderdome for the first time. It's a KF kart of, I believe, Liam Kane from second on the grid, getting past Shay Thompson off the start. And down into Hell's Corner, Stephen Scoble back out here in racing, this time in an Arrow chassis as we get a couple caught up down at Hell's Corner. And it looks like we copped Ryan Nicholson and Ashley Morrissey, and another one of the KF karts getting caught up. Maybe, couldn't have been Richard Deckers, could it? Down at Hell's Corner on the opening lap. We follow Liam Kane leading the way off the top end of the track. As we come onto the Arise Racing main straight, Kane leads from Thompson on lap 1 from Scoville in third. Flynn Thompson in fourth, Declan Blaine in P5. Isaac McLean back there in P6 from Ryan Barron. As we follow them along, Kane, Thompson and Scoville, your 3 leaders in 125 light from Flynn Thompson and Declan Blaine. Behind them, Ryan Barron in 7th on the timing order is your leader in 125 heavy at the moment. Barron in the number 4 flat out karts Arrow machine as we follow along with Kane and Thompson across the top end of the track and down the final chicanes onto the Arise Racing main straight. Quarter race distance complete, 2 laps down, 6 to go. The tag 125 light, brought to you by Mirrabooka and Nollamara Kart Transport, and 125 heavy, brought to you by Integrated Products, providing sales, service and support for a complete range of Indigo Vision enterprise IP security solutions. Their organisation investing in extensive accredited training programs to ensure they can provide the best possible sales and technical support for all of their customers through their strategic partners and valued employees. Integrated Products, striving to continually build their reputation in both electronic security and business communications sectors. The leading distributor of master agent for the global brands that they represent, that's Integrated Products, proudly bringing tag 125 heavy in a relatively small field this weekend. Backing up our 125 lights, brought to you by Mirrabooka and Nollamara Kart Transport. The fight at the front for 125 lights starting to get a little bit closer here. Liam Kane from Shay Thompson and Stephen Scoble making a switch in colours to an Arrow. Back to where it all started for Stephen 15 to 20 years ago in WA karting, even more maybe, as he makes his way through the middle bowl. Stephen Scoble fastest on track of 48.364. Kane and Thompson 48.5 and 48.4 respectively. Last laps across their personal best of the race. With Scoble the fastest of the bunch, we'll see if he can close the gap up and put on a fight for the race lead as they bring it down to the chicanes and onto the Arise Racing main straight. We are halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go in 125 light. following the field into the top end of the track as we look out to the south of Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway and the bush that surrounds the track here. It's a beautiful setting up here in Wattle Ave, just down the hill from Wanneroo Raceway and surrounded by Jacks Hill, AJS Motorcycle Club and Pinjar Park in the near vicinity. And Wanneroo International Kartway has been a staple and kind of the spiritual home of WA karting for quite some time. And it's great to be able to bring open events back to Wanneroo, as it feels like a long time between drinks as Shay Thompson fires one up the inside of Liam Kane at Hell's Corner. Stephen Scoble's there to pick up the pieces and wait for his moment to pounce as they come through the middle end of the racetrack. Thompson in the number 95 machine leads the way now. What can Liam Kane do in the Collie Auto Mechanics machine to try and respond to the pace of Thompson over the next couple of laps? It's going to be 2 laps to go as they come down the Arise Racing main straight. 2 laps on the board for Shay Thompson, your leader, in the Snap-on Tools North Perth and Flat Out Karts Arrow X5 entry from the KF of Kane and the Arrow chassis of Stephen Scoble back there in third. Bringing around the middle of the track here. Looks like Thompson has plenty of pace to get away from the field. Stretching things out after putting a move on Liam Kane a few moments ago down at Hell's Corner. He's opened up the gap. It was 2.5 tenths of a second across the line as they came down for 2 to go. Thompson down the Arise Racing main straight. 1 lap remaining. This is the final lap of Heat 1 of 125 Light. And Thompson sets another fast lap, 48.097. And he's built himself a 4.2 tenth of a second advantage over Liam Kane. Another 6 tenths of a second back to Stephen Scoble. And further behind them, Declan Blaine just firing one up the inside to claim 4th from Flynn Thompson in P5. As Ryan Barron leads out the 125 heavies over J10 Brooker in 2nd. And Richard Deckers in the 3rd spot. But bringing him around the final corner, Shay Thompson brings it onto the main straightaway for the final time. Checkered flag will fly. Thompson wins Heat 1 of Tag 125 Light. And Thompson, your winner. Liam Kane comes home for 2nd, 6.8 tenths of a second further behind. Then almost a second further back to Stephen Scoble. I think he buttoned out of the power a bit later on in the run, deciding not to challenge the top 2. Just settle for the 3 in the early stages of the day. Declan Blaine claims P4 on the final lap from Flynn Thompson, P5 from Isaac McLean and Ryan Nicholson. Ryan Barron, P8 on the road, is the first of your 125 heavies. He claims the win for the heavy class from J10 Brooker and Richard Deckers. And Ashley Morrissey got caught up on the opening few laps in 125 Lights, and he did not finish the race from Daryl Henderson, not finishing, or Marcus Blinko either. So a reduced field in 125 Light and Heavy, brought to you by Mirrabooka and Nollamara Car Transport and Integrated Products for Heat 1 here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. We put them all away and we'll be set to bring out Cadet 12, brought to you by Attested Pressure Services, in just a moment. Cadet 12 coming out on track for Heat 1, brought to you by Attested Pressure Services, the family owned and operated. Great to see a field of 21 drivers out to play today here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Attested Pressure Services, and a couple of newcomers might make their presence felt once they start to come to grips with a bit of extra power. Nicholas Stardy made himself $100 richer in this morning's qualifying session, taking the fastest time of 55.274. Sachin Smith Way second on the grid here for Heat 1. Connor Radford, the graduate to the class at the beginning of the year, goes to third of 55.484. Chase Wildman in the number 77 Sabre Real Estate. Tony Cart goes to P4. Benjamin Hall in the 98 Arrow Chassis, he goes to P5 from the WA champ. Nash Ferraro in P6. Ashton Sprague in the Sonic Racing Redline Oils entry in the number 24 Kart Republic Chassis goes P7. Orlando Piavitas for Orlando Phoenix Racing goes P8. Cooper Lyle in the Arise Racing and Flat Out Karts entry P9 from Jace Webb. New graduate to the class in the West Coast Civil and Flat Out Karts entry goes P10. From Bailey Riordan in 11, William Kalsik Chen and Lucas Kalsik Chen, 12 and 13. Two more graduates into the class as well. We've got 4 new drivers in Cadet 12 today. That is awesome. Toby Mayolo, P14. Campbell Thompson, 15 from Jet McDonald. Ethan Rowitz, Ryan Warner, Graham Bernard, Flynn Booker, and Orlando Ricciardello as we go lights out. No, we don't. The lights stay lit up as we get set. Good to see Orlando Ricciardello in the field as well. Didn't quite score himself a time in qualifying for B&M Ricciardello Motors, but he'll start out from P21 as the field does not get started, but I think they are racing. Or at least they think they're racing. So the field do think they're racing, but they are in fact not. And now they're going to go into formation. So the Cadet 12 field just getting caught up as, Ashton Sprague goes around. And he'll have to rejoin the pack and get in his position. Another one facing the wrong direction in our starting grid. Our field is set and we are getting ready to go racing once again. Watch the lights to send us. We are 8 laps on the board and away. Nicholas Stardy and Sachin Smith Way are going to lead the field down to turn 1 for the first time. Connor Radford on the inside trying to drag with him as they come all the way up the hill. Chase Wildman tucking into that fight through Thunderdome as well. Who emerges? It's Stardy in the 15 Energy Course chassis leading the way on the opening lap. Connor Radford in the second, Smith Way in the third. Nash Ferraro making a big jump on the opening lap. But a Tony Kart parks itself up the inside of him and forces the issue. I think that's the 77 of young Chase Wildman, forcing the issue on Nash Ferraro. Just ahead of Orlando behind them as they head across the top end of the track on the opening lap of racing. It's Nicholas Stardy leading the way. Connor Radford into the second spot as they bring it onto the Arise Racing main straight. 1 down, 7 to go. Stardy, Radford, Smith Way, Wildman, Ferrari, your top 5 from Piavitas, Webb, Hall, Mayolo and Sprague, your top 10. In the battle at the front though, Radford now goes to the race lead. Nick Stardy slots in behind him in second and pushes the issue all the way down towards Hell's Corner. Watch for a move up the inside. Stardy with a late one. They're going to go side by side at Hell's Corner and they're going to slow each other down. Sachin Smith Way buys his way into that fight now as they come out into the triple right-handers. That brings Nash Ferraro and Chase Wildman into this fight. We've got a 5-kart freight train across the top end of the track. It's Nicholas Stardy back to the pointy end after being your fastest qualifier. Sitting a little bit higher in the seat with an extra $100 in his back pocket. Radford trying to push the issue and stay with him. He can't let Starty get away because he's one of those drivers. Once you give him a gap, you ain't getting it back as they come onto the Arise Racing front straight. Sachin Smith Way staying right there in third. Nash Ferraro is the fastest so far, 56.407. As Smith Way goes up the inside on Ferraro in Thunderdome. Ferraro touched him, on Radford in the Thunderdome. Young Connor down to the third spot. Ferraro back there in P4. Radford's going to look back to the inside at Hell's Corner. No, he's not. Stays in behind. And Sachin Smith Way will hold on to the second spot here. Now young Radford under a lot of pressure from Nash Ferraro and Chase Wildman behind them. To make your top five is a big move from Wildman. Looks up the inside of Nash Ferraro at the left-hander at the top of the hill. And a big wide run from Nick Starty gives him trouble as the lead. The battle is on. They're side by side. We follow this one from Nash Ferraro and Chase Wildman fighting it out, but at the front, Starty is holding on to the race lead down the Arise Racing main straight. Radford goes side by side with Sachin Smith Way drawing alongside. And now Radford will claim second again. Nick Starty got lucky not to give away the race lead after running very wide at the top of the hill. To come down towards Hell's Corner. All pretty even into Hell's that time by Starty, Radford, Smithway, Ferraro, Wildman is your current order from Piavitas, where Benjamin Hall in the number 98 Arrow Kart down in P8 is the fastest on track, a 56.068 from Taby Mayolo and Ashton Sprague rounding out your top 10. Nick Starty leading the way as they come out of the final couple of chicanes. Onto the Arise Racing main straight. Connor Radford. Someone's lit a fire under his backside as we hit the halfway point with 4 down, 4 to go. Radford drives right up onto the back of Starty, pulls out halfway up the hill and dives to the inside at Thunderdome. Starty gets almost hung out to dry and slots back in the very small gap between Radford and Sachin Smith Way. Down towards Hell's Corner. Starty wants it back though. Sachin's going to try and follow him through here, and they're going to draw alongside at Hell's. Nick Starty goes back to the race lead, but they need some more power out of the 15 or something, because Connor Radford just monstered him like he was standing still as they climb the hill towards Thunderdome a moment ago. We'll see if he can do it again as they head into the top end of the track. With just over 3 laps left to go, Starty wide again through that long right-hander, brings Radford right onto his rear bumper. Nick just continuing to run wide there, costing his momentum all the way around these final couple of corners. And we do it all again. We reset the grid down the Arise Racing main straight. Nick Starty and Connor Radford. Can they do it again up in the Thunderdome? Radford back to the inside at Thunderdome. Does it 2 laps out of 2. This time Starty slots in behind him. And now Radford really needs a bit of help from Sachin Smith Way here to fire one up the inside, because Starty's going to try it again at Hell's Corner. And it's a carbon copy of the previous lap. Radford gets the lead. Starty gets it back. And Sachin Smith Way is sitting back there in third, waiting for something a bit more exciting to happen. I'm not sure how much bigger of an invitation he needs to get involved in that fight. Here he goes. Sachin Smith Way up the inside. Puts Radford down to the third spot. And now it's Sachin's turn to try one on, but Nick Starty didn't run wide at the right-hander that time and maintained his momentum. You see a tap of the helmet there from Sachin, giving hand signals to Connor. Let's use our brains, mate. Let's get ahead and let's chase him down. Meanwhile, Nash Ferraro back there in fourth for the Pinjarra Bakery OTK kart. Just watching it all unfold, wishing he could drive up into that fight, but he's copping some pressure as Chase Wildman goes up the inside of Ferraro up at Thunderdome. In the field, relatively even that time by in Hell's Corner. Sachin Smith Way and Connor Radford trying to close the gap to Nick Starty. It's 4.7 tenths of a second. Last time by, 4.7 tenths. Does Smith Way have something for Nicholas out front? He's only going to get a little over 1 kilometre more to try and get the job done. As they're bringing around the final chicanes onto the Arise Racing main straight. Starty down the line. 1 lap to go. 1 kilometre away from taking the win here in Heat 1, but it ain't all over yet, because Sachin is on a mission on this final lap. Look at the gap he's brought down. It came down to 0.2 of a second. The back half of the previous lap, it was 0.4 of a second. A lap ago, and now Smithway pulls out. It's a late one, and Stardy covers off the line, but they both draw down the RPM. Connor Radford is involved in this fight, and here comes Nash Ferraro and Chase Wildman. It's going to be a 5-kart fight, but a big old gap to make up. Sachin Smithway is the first in line, as Wildman puts one up the inside of Ferraro. That undoes their chances of fighting for the race lead. It's a 3-horse race out front. Stardy, Smithway and Radford. But Nick Stardy may have done enough to hang on to it here. On a great defensive drive down at Hell's Corner, Nicholas Stardy brings it around onto the main straightaway and hangs on as the action happens behind him. Stardy wins. Sachin Smithway in second. Connor Radford in third. Nash Ferraro in fourth. Orlando Piovitas rounds out your top 5. In a last lap scramble as Chase Wildman was all the way off the road in the final corner. And a great piece of sportsmanship from these youngsters as they give each other a thumbs up and a thank you for racing hard and clean. Nicholas Stardy draws first blood today in Cadet 12, brought to you by Attested Pressure Services. Sachin Smithway home in second. Connor Radford in third. Nash Ferraro in fourth, and Orlando Piovitas rounding out your top 5. KA4 Junior at championship weight, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. Established by Sam Rhodes in 1998, the family-owned and operated business specialising in high-quality auto body repairs, insurance smash repairs and custom modifications, restorations and all aspects of panel and paint. They will cater for any customer with no job too big or too small, whether building a custom project or just fixing a scratch on your pride and joy. Vulcan Panel and Paint are the people to call. The KA4 Junior Championship bringing him to the play today. And Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer made himself $100 richer this morning, and that goes straight on the karting bill for young Jackson, I'm sure. The 88 All Good Racing Karts and Parts KF kart into the pole spot here alongside James Buchan on P2. Noah Lyle will start out of P3. James McCucci-Allen from P4. Zane Rhodes will start out of P5 in the Vulcan Panel and Paint Malibu Boats WA right to drive entry. He made his step into the junior ranks at the last meeting of the Gold Star Series a couple of weeks ago down at Bunbury City Kart Club, and his debut weekend was, as always, a bit of a baptism of fire in juniors when you start playing with a bit more power and a bigger tyre and a wider go-kart. But Zane proved to hold his own, and he's very excitingly parked himself P5 in qualifying. Thought he had a bit of pace in practice, and he's backed that up alongside Riley Watkins on the third row. Aidan Deckers is on P7. Kay Davey, P8. Connor Payne, P9. Lockie Adams and Sebastian Guest, 10 and 11. Luke Fraser, P12. Jack Parham in 13 from Kai Roggio. Reef Went, Krista McClurg, Harrison Beres, Joel Wheeler, Matthias Harris, Kyron Blinko, Mitch Campbell, Dylan Guest and Nathan Lee. Your 23 kart field as we go lights out and racing. Heat 1 of KA4 Junior at championship weight. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer leading the field from the pole spot. The 88 All Good Racing Karts and Parts entry leads the massive snake out of Thunderdome. Look at him lining up with 23 of them fighting it out. Noah Lyle gets into the second spot here. James McCucci-Allen into third, rocking the Gumtree Arrow kart. As Jackson brings the field across the top end into the racetrack. Noah Lyle tucking in behind him. James McCucci-Allen in third. Bit of a gap back to James Buchan from the front row. He's dropped off to P4. And they draw Riley Watkins with them in P5. And it's a KF. It looks like the 33 of Deckers in P6. And then Daylight back to the next kart along. Kay Davey in the number 75 Wheat Pigs entry. P7 leads the field around in that pack. And we've got someone well and truly off the road at the top end of the track. And the massive gaps opening up as the battle is on at the pointy end. See Lyle just up the inside of Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer there. Noah's taken no prisoners in this early stages. He wants to get to the front and get away from the scramble. As Noah Lyle leads away. Jackson down to the 2 spot from McCucci-Allen, Buchan, Watkins and Deckers. Your top 6 opening up over the rest of the field already. Down the Arise Racing main straight. Noah Lyle leads away for the Arise Racing and Flat Out Karts. Arrow X5. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer under pressure as a late move with the Gumtree kart. James McCucci-Allen goes to second. A nice move there from the McCucci-Allen engineering entry. Bought the kart on Gumtree like 3 days before the last event down at Bunbury City Kart Club. Rocked up and found out it was actually very quick. Putting it to good use here in KA4 Junior Championship. Muscling his way to second over Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer. Now from pole down to third, he joins James Buchan, who started alongside him on the front row. Buchan goes to P4. Riley Watkins, P5 from Aidan Deckers. Rounding out your top 6 across the top end of the track, we pick up Noah Lyle. As they come down the Arise Racing main straight. 3 laps down. 5 to go. James McCucci-Allen now with a hot lap of the race. A 54.280 for McCucci-Allen. He was a 1/10 of a second quicker than Lyle. The gap sits at 2.9 of a second. Can McCucci-Allen close the gap for the race lead and put on a fight with Lyle as we follow along the battle going between James Buchan and Riley Watkins. The wastegate having a bit of a fight over it. Following this battle between James Buchan and Riley Watkins for 4th and 5th on the road. As down the main straight at the halfway point, Lyle leads Makuchi Allen. The gap comes down by another 1/10 of a second. 53.929 from Makuchi Allen, 54.037 from Noah Lyle. The gap sits at 1.8 of a second. And the fight at the front could get a bit interesting in the back half of Heat 1 here for KA4 Junior. Brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer a little bit further behind in the number 88 All Good Racing Karts and Parts. KF Kart, he finds himself P3. Behind them, Buchan and Watkins fighting it out for 4th and 5th. Looks like that gap has opened up and they've dropped off Aiden Deckers in P6 with a bit of daylight further back to Kate Davey in P7. Zane Rhodes P8, Luke Fraser P9, Connor Payne rounding out your top 10. As we follow the leaders round the final corner onto the Arise Racing main straight. Looks like the gap hasn't really closed up this time by as Noah checks over his shoulder to spot Makuchi Allen. 3/10 of a second it goes back out to. As Lyle holds on a personal best lap that time out for Noah Lyle. 53.984. The battle for 4th and 5th though, Buchan and Watkins. Riley Watkins, the wastegate, pulls out. Buchan fakes him. He pulls out again and gets it done this time by. Riley Watkins moving himself up to the 4 spot now. Picking up the battle here, Watkins moves himself up into P4 as your leaders come down the line. 2 laps to go here in KA4 Junior, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. And Makuchi Allen decides he wants to have another run at Lyle. And he brings the gap down to 1.8 of a second. Could have been a mistake a moment ago, but Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer sets the track on fire. 53.85 to be the fastest on track in the closing stages, but he's half a second off the next kart up the road of James Makuchi Allen. He needs to shave that down by 3/10 to be in with a chance, and he's running out of laps with a little over 1 to go. Makuchi Allen is getting closer though. If he slows both of them down and draws down the revs, that will bring Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer into the fight and a 3-way battle for the race lead. We can only hope that they put on a show as they bring it onto the Arise Racing main straight once again. The last lap board is out. 1 to go for Noah Lyle, who resets the hot lap of the race. He responds to the pace of those behind him. And a 53.83 is Makuchi Allen up the inside and muscles Lyle wide. Bogs him down and Lyle vents his frustration there. Who has to defend is Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer into second now. Catches the bogged down number 4 chassis while his guards and defences were down. And Makuchi Allen knows how to get it done and make sure there's no chance of a recourse and a challenge to get it back. Claims the race lead on the final lap. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer goes to second. Noah Lyle gets dropped to 3rd on the final lap. And that was a big move from James Makuchi Allen here as they bring it across the top end of the track. No love lost between those two either. But Makuchi Allen will draw first blood. Heat 1 win for KA4 Junior Championship goes to James Makuchi Allen. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer home for second. Noah Lyle in 3rd. Riley Watkins goes to P4. James Buchan rounds out your top 5. Aiden Deckers in P6. Kay Davey P7. Zane Rhodes in P8 from Luke Fraser in P9. And Connor Payne rounds out your top 10 ahead of Sebastian Guest. Jack Parham, Dylan Guest, Lockie Adams and Reef Went your top 15 in a 23 kart field for KA4 Junior Championship, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering, Valencia Way, Maddington. Specialist in MSCL pipe and stainless steel welding and fabrication. Mobile welding and site installation for all major civil groups here in Western Australia. That's OJG Engineering, proud supporters of WA karting, and bringing you WA Combined Light, where we do it again with a couple of different engine combinations, and I'll have to I spy them all out on track because it looks like a field is majoritarily dominated by the KA engine in the Combined Light ranks today. It's Ryan Nicholson and Liam Kane at the front of the field with KAs and backed up with more and more of them. And I'm actually yet to spot a radiator that gives away that we're looking at a 125 engine. It looks like at the back of the field we find the number 3, Tristan McLaughlin, rocking an X30, but the rest of the field looking to be made up of KA engines here in WA Combined Light. And the premise of WA Combined is to take the watered down numbers from 125 restricted and KA3 senior categories and put them all into one mix to cut down the number of races we have on the day and provide more karts on the track at once and more exciting racing action as we bring WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering with Ryan Nicholson on the pole spot. Lights out and racing. Nicholson and Kane, the KF Kart brothers, leading things out. Oh, big lose in the dirt. Kane is off in the dust and he rejoins, and we lost, it looks like, Fraser and one more off there at turn 1. Just got shuffled out onto the dirty side of the racetrack and unfortunately won't take any further part in this one. So it's Ryan Nicholson leading the way, and it's a FA kart into second. It's a green helmet, and I'd say it could belong to Daniel Sprague into second. Would be great to see Daniel Sprague back out there and fighting it out. Michael Jonesy Jones up the inside to claim second as they bring it around onto the Arise Racing main straight. And the 29, it is Daniel Sprague in the FA kart, struggling with straight line speed onto the main straight and absolutely losing out big time off the back of Jonesy. But we're watching this fight here. The 4 of Jaden Hyde getting monstered as he goes big rally cross through the dirt there and rejoins behind Lucas Gaelic. He loses another spot as well, I believe, to Bailey Reynolds. And Jaden Hyde rejoins just in front of Trenna Mann in the 27 comp kart chassis. But it's Ryan Nicholson out front over the field from Michael Jonesy Jones in the second, Daniel Sprague in third, Lucas Gaelic fourth. Looks like Bailey Reynolds P5, Jaden Hyde in P6. They're fighting it out across the top end of the track. We're going to follow that battle here as Gaelic looks over his shoulder to check on the karts as they come on through. It's the 20 of Reynolds behind Gaelic as they come onto the Arise Racing main straight. Jaden Hyde struggling to drive the number 4 Arrow in a straight line at the moment. He drops a wheel on the main straight and loses a bit of momentum just ahead of Trenna Mann as they come out of Thunderdome once again. Hyde is wide. Mann trying to go around the outside, but they're going to go side by side on the run down towards Hells. And Trenna Mann, great piece of driving, uses a rumble strip to fire herself across the racetrack. They're going to go side by side. Jaden gets back to the inside and reclaims a spot. They put the 20 of Bailey Reynolds down a spot, and they're fighting it out again. Plenty of action coming from our WA Combined Light field. But it's Ryan Nicholson out front, Michael Jones in second, Daniel Sprague into the third spot, slowly losing time to the back of Lucas Gaelic to the tune of 0.2 of a second a lap at the moment for the Sonic Racer and Redline Oils entry. Big shout out to Sam Owens bringing the Redline Oils brand into WA karting and supporting a whole bunch of drivers in West Australia. Great to see some support coming from local motorsports enthusiasts and guys that benefit from the health of WA motorsport putting back into racing. It's good to see. As we follow up, Dan Sprague on screen at the moment. The number 29 Sonic Racer, Fernando Alonso chassis. Currently in third from Lucas Gaelic fourth. Bailey Reynolds in P5. As we follow Gaelic from Reynolds. He's going to have his own fight on his hands in a moment for P4 on the road as Bailey Reynolds is putting some pressure on as they come down the Arise Racing main straight. 4 laps down, 4 to go. Here in WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering. Gaelic and Reynolds out of Thunderdome, making the run down towards Hell's Corner. Number 20 Flat Out Karts entry looking much, much narrower. As they come through the triple right-handers in the middle of the track. Reynolds looking for a move, couldn't find a way around there. This is the fight for fourth. A little bit further up the road is the 29 Fernando Alonso kart of Daniel Sprague, the Sonic Racer and Redline Oils entry. Further up from him is Michael Jones in second, and it's Ryan Nicholson, your pole sitter, with a 50.79 for KF Kart Racing Team, leading the way with 3 laps to go across the line, this time by 3 laps from home in WA Combined Light Heat 1. Two laps to go down the Arise Racing main straight, and this battle for fourth starting to heat up some more. Lucas Gaelic, Bailey Reynolds and Trenna Mann all bunching up into a bit of a group now. As Gaelic didn't quite have the pace to close the gap to third place of Daniel Sprague. We pick up your race leader, Ryan Nicholson, in the number 75 KF Kart Racing Team entry. Made the switch to the full team colours for 2020 and has not looked back with double duties as he stepped out of running in 125 restricted categories. Bolted a KA engine on and found himself racing against a class designed to bring them together anyway. But he moved up into a 125 light and has been proving his worth in that class as well. Having a couple of good fights here and there and continuing to learn the class as he comes down the Arise Racing main straight. 1 lap to go as Nicholson puts in fast lap after fast lap. A 50.2. That time across puts him 2.2 seconds clear of Michael Jones out in second. Nicholson is just a man on a mission today. Putting down the hot laps on his final lap down towards Hell's Corner. As we follow Nicholson out of the triple right-handers in the middle of the track. Checkered flag flies. Ryan Nicholson claims the win here in Heat 1 of WA Combined Light. Michael Jones a long way back will claim second. Daniel Sprague across the line to claim third in the Sonic Racer and Redline Oils Fernando Alonso kart. Lucas Gaelic will claim P4. Bailey Reynolds P5. Trenna Mann P6. Richard Reynolds P7. From Luke Woodham P8. Jaden Hyde was racing in there for the top 5 earlier on but found himself unstuck at the top of the Thunderdome. He comes home P9, and Tristan McLaughlin P10, and we lost Liam Kane, Darcy Benitez and Mason Fraser on the opening lap, unfortunately. Well, Kane actually rejoined and did a few more laps but ended up pulling in a bit early. So a bit of kart retrieval to take place here after WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering. We'll be out with WA Combined Heavy, brought to you by OTKWA in just a short moment. Hope you're enjoying the show here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. It's the 2020 Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. And a massive thank you to everyone making it down for the weekend to put on 152 entries across 10 different categories, of course, serving as the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Bringing on out WA Combined Heavy, brought to you by OTKWA, the WA dealers for Tony Kart chassis and OTK Karts and Parts. Go see them. They're out in the pits, OTKWA, for the professional advice. If you're on an OTK kart, they'll be happy to hook you up and get you going quickly. And Daryl Henderson is the man to see, fronting up the Tony Kart campaign here in Western Australia, and it's good to see the Tonys are still out in force as we bring out WA Combined Heavy. Lachlan Harvey is the fastest on track with the KA power, alongside Lee Bujos with a bit of 125 restricted. I think he's on a Rotax power. Mark Redmond and Brad Smith, 3rd and 4th. Craig Ryan and Aaron Chivers, 5th and 6th as we come onto the straight. Lights are out and ready to go. WA Combined Heavy, the 3rd of the categories due to combined our 125 restricted and KA3 classes, and it's great to see. We get some of the bigger fellas of WA karting out to play, and it's all happening out of Thunderdome. That was Aaron Chivers going all the way through the rallycross option, and he actually made up time as a result of that, up the inside of the 78 of Adam Gandossi down at bus stop corner, and Craig Ryan's got unstuck as well. And I don't believe it. Is that Josh Hunt? All the way up the order into like 4th on the opening lap. He was due to start out at P12. The number 17, Esprit Kart, and he now drops behind Aaron Chivers, but they've let the top 3 break away early here, and it looks like they are Harvey leading the way, Mark Redmond in 2nd, Lee Bujos into 3rd. His brother Tim had a fantastic night last night at the West Coast Outlaw Karts just down the road here at Pinjar Park, taking a win in the 450cc open class. And if you want to get around a different form of motorsport on a dirt oval format, West Coast Outlaw Karts is your place to go race. We take a general go-kart chassis layout, bolt on a big banger motocross engine and put a big old sprint car wing on top and go racing on a dirt oval. We follow the battle through the field though. Josh Hunt, Christopher Strawn, Adam Gandossi, and it looks like Nathan Medham in the 93 trying to put some pressure on, and they're fighting out for 6, 7, 8, and 9 on the road as Hunt is just getting absolutely monstered by Christopher Strawn at the moment. Across the top end of the track, Hunt really getting the elbows out and fighting for it. It's the 24 of Christopher Strawn, gets past him as they come across the top end of the racetrack. Mark Redmond, fastest on track here with a 52.925. He sits in 2nd as Medham fires on up the inside of Josh Hunt, who tries to fight back but just doesn't quite have the pace to hold on at the moment. As we follow on here, Hunt just dropping a couple of spots now as he comes out of Hell's Corner. He's dropped down to the 8 or 9 spot ahead of Ty Starr and Brad Smith with Dane McClellan, Brett Hume, Ben Harvey, and Tony Booker, your full running order. It doesn't look like Tony is on track here, so we're down to a 14 kart field for WA Heavy combined. Down the main straight though, Lachlan Harvey leading the way here from Mark Redmond in 2nd, Lee Bujos in 3rd. Good to see the 125s still in with a fighting chance, but Harvey with the KA power leading out from the Rotax of Redmond and another Rotax of Bujos back there in 3rd. Aaron Chivers, I believe, with a KA in the 4th spot. And then the X30 power of Craig Ryan, the 34 Formula K kart. One best presented at the WA titles a couple of months ago up at Midwest Kart Club. And some special prizes put up by the Kart Centre. And Craig Ryan was the winner of the best presented. He's got the matching old school Formula K colour scheme and suit. And despite cracking a rib and being in a lot of pain all weekend, Craig Ryan was very happy to take away the Best Presented award for the weekend. Down the straight, Lachlan Harvey leads the way with the halfway point here. 4 down, 4 to go. Mark Redmond's on a mission. The Epoxy Groutworks number 11. Down to a hot lap, 52.163. He pulled out 3/4 of a tenth of a second last time across the line as they fight it out down towards Hell's Corner. Redmond is trying to close the gap to Harvey and put a fight on. Trying to use the top end of the Rotax and keep it all spooled up to put some pressure on Harvey as they go through the middle section of the track. And WA Combined has been a catalyst for a lot of conversation in WA karting over the last couple of months, and the premise of the category is fantastic in my opinion. It's good to see everybody out there in one class with big numbers and a big field racing for it. And parity discussions aside, it is the way to go forward in regional competition without packing out 25 kart fields of each engine type. However, the main discussion that takes place in the pits is that of parity. Whether you go to certain tracks and the KA engine is faster, and a different track the X30 is faster, and at some other tracks the Rotax can be faster. It's a hard one for the governing bodies to manage and keep a track of which engine combination via weight is faster by a law of averages. But I'm sure the State Karting Council, Karting Australia and Karting WA will take care of it and keep everyone on the most even playing field that we can. And I hope WA Combined is here to stay as we pack out some great fields, and it's good to see there's some 60 entries across the 3 levels of WA Combined classes here this weekend for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. With 2 to go this time by for Lachlan Harvey leading the way, 52.099. Mark Redmond behind him at 52.1. So Lachlan Harvey's responding to the pace of Redmond behind him and trying to put some pressure on as they come down towards Hell's Corner once again. A lap and a half away from home. And Harvey in the number 76 machine just looking to hang on to it. As we follow your race leaders across the top end of the racetrack, down through the final chicanes, a little bite at the curb there from Harvey. Unsettles the 76 flat-out karts arrow machine. This is where the Rotax comes into a league of its own as they come down the line. 1 to go for WA Heavy Combined. Down towards Hell's Corner for the final time here in Heat 1. Redmond's just not quite close enough through the high-speed section of the track to make a move down at Hell's Corner and utilise the advantage of his Rotax power. And this is where Harvey's going to skip away with a little bit more grunt off the corners and a lighter cart weight to match, and he's going to pull away a little bit across the top end of the track. Now to the final chicanes for the final time. The checkered flag out and awaiting his arrival. Lachlan Harvey claims a win here in Heat 1 of WA Heavy Combined. From Mark Redmond in second, Lee Bujos will go third. Aaron Chivers claims P4. Adam Gandossi sets a hot lap of the race right at the end here at 51.943. Gandossi's the fastest on track on the final lap. Craig Ryan goes P6, Christopher Strine P7, Nathan Medden P8, Brad Smith P9, and Dean McCallan rounding out your top 10. Josh Hunt fell all the way down to P11. There's a bit of a scramble all the way through the field. Brett Hume at P12, Ty Starr P13, and Ben Harvey rounds out your 14 finishes. This was WA Combined Heavy, brought to you by OTKWA. Heat 1, as we get set for KZ2 to come out for Heat 1 in just a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. KZ2, brought to you by Flora Plant for the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. Operating since 1994 with a substantial and long history in horticultural industry. The firm was the first West Australian wholesale industry, or nursery, to be the Nursery Industry Australia Standards Australia accredited, hosting many educational groups and catering for several industry tours. Flora Plant bringing you KZ2 for the final round of the West Australian KZ Series this weekend as we get set. It's a 24-kart field, and the story of the West Australian KZ Series has run a little bit like this so far. Blake Mills has been fast and consistent. Tommy Sparks likes winning rounds but hates finishing heats. So Tommy Sparks has been the winningest driver as far as the feature races have been concerned, but a few DNFs in each of the rounds has cost him dearly in the point situation. So coming into today, some rough calculations show that Blake Mills has to just finish, I think, 4th or better, or just finish in general in the first 2 races of today, and he will wrap up the West Australian KZ Series. For Tommy Sparks to have any sort of a chance, Millsy needs to DNF the first 2, and Sparksy needs to win the first 2 for there to be any kind of chance that Sparksy can challenge for the West Australian KZ Series. History tells that Blake Mills isn't one to have a DNF against his name very often, but a couple of newcomers into KZ here for the final round, notably Sam Dicker, $100 richer from qualifying this morning with a 46.286 fastest lap, parks himself on the pole spot here, the number 72 Flat Out Karts and Sam Dicker Motorsports entry. Riley Traeger on the outside front row. Tommy Shue with a big move up through the field. He goes to P3 on the grid. Blake Mills P4, Tommy Sparks P5 from Josh Merritt. Jake Claridge making a step back into KZ here from Bailey Gretsch here. Nick Middick trying to challenge for 3rd in the championship, needs a bit of work to do to push up. From Mason Harvey further behind. From James Mackay, Hayden Patrizzi, Daniel Curry, Jaden Pierce, and the grid is set. Lights out. We are go for KZ. Traeger with an awful start, and he's going to get completely monstered by the field to turn 1. Sam Dicker gets away nice and clean from the front row, and a perfect start for Blake Mills into 2nd. But they're all fighting for it further behind as they come out of Thunderdome for the first time. Josh Merritt into the 3rd spot. Bailey Gretsch fights his way forward in the 55 CRG to P4. Mason Harvey P5. Oh, and they're all caught up. Tommy Sparks, what are you doing, son? He's caught up on the side of another competitor down at Hells, and he's trying to hop the cart. But it's Heat 1 over for Tommy Sparks. And I say it could even be the 75 of Tommy Shue caught up there. Heartbreak for Sparksy and Tommy Shue in the opening heat of the day. But at the front, Sam Dicker, Blake Mills, Josh Merritt, Bailey Gretsch, and Mason Harvey leading the way for lap 1 of Heat 1 of KZ2 down the Arise Racing main straight and sliding the cart through turn 1. Dicker approaches it with a little bit too much speed. Well, any chance of the championship potentially falling a little bit into favour of Tommy Sparks, completely undone on lap 1 as the field pours into Hell's Corner once again for lap 2. Dicker making a step into the Corey Minton chassis for this weekend after Minton not contesting the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. He leads away in a bit of a wild card here. Might have something to say about today's placings, but Blake Mills is driving with a championship game in mind, and it's been like that since round 1. Millsy knows how to win a championship in the number 2 Ricardo kart, the Patrizzi course, Pro Drainage and Mac Track. He goes to 2nd. Josh Merritt having a good run here in the number 23 Grand Prix kart. He goes to 3rd. Bailey Gretsch has been dropped back to P4, and an absolute shocker of a start for Riley Traeger in P5. We follow them on screen. Nick Middick up the inside of Jaden Pierce. Ryan Bender in there into the side of Pierce, who goes, bugger this, I'm going through the grass. Jaden Pierce rejoins where he left the circuit and doesn't really gain a disadvantage after being fed a nose cone, so you can say fair bump play on, but we'll leave that to Karting Australia to sort out as Dicker leads away from Mills across the top. As we pick up this battle, it's Bender, Curry, and then Mackay, Daniel Sugar in there as well as they reel around onto the Arise Racing main straight. 31 of Adam McKenzie in there. This is the fight to be inside the top 15. The top 15 is a hotly contested one here today. Sam Dicker saying a little bit coy this morning, he'd be happy to be in the top 15. What does he do? He goes and poles the thing as he leads away from Blake Mills. We wouldn't expect anything else from Sam Dicker, of course. We follow on screen Hayden Patrizi from Jake Claridge and Nick Middick at the moment on screen. They're filing their way into the top end of the racetrack, and Nick Middick might have just bought himself a little bit of time to consolidate points here in Heat 1 and potentially secure a run to third for the championship. I don't know the exact point scores coming into the final round here, but with a DNF from Tommy Sparks, this could actually fall right into the favour of Nick Middick to maybe even push up and challenge second in the championship. As they come out of Thunderdome, you see Middick on screen pushing Jake Claridge along. Jake Claridge providing our backing music and theme song for the Carnival of Karts, brought to you by Arise Racing this weekend here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. If you want to hear any of Jake's music, you can head on over to Spotify, search his name, and I'm sure you'll find it, or you can head on out to many of the events that he's playing if you're able to stay up till about 3 in the morning, and the sets that he plays out in the city at various organisations and venues. As we pick him up across the top end of the track. Out front, Dicker continuing to open up the taps and lead the way from Blake Mills in second. Josh Merritt in third as we pick him up and we follow along. It's Traeger, not Traeger actually. Hayden Patrizi falling back into the clutches of Jake Claridge, Nick Middick and Ryan Bender at the moment. Jaden Pearce is at the back of that little battle pack as they wheel him around into the middle, triple right-handers. Coming up to the halfway point very soon here. Hayden Patrizi on screen, the number 29, Ricardo Kart. And it's good to see Jake Claridge back in a kart. It's been some time, and he hinted to me a little while ago that he was thinking about making a comeback here in the KZ series and jumping on the bandwagon. He brings out the ever-prolific Luxor kart as he looks to the inside down the main straight. We still follow this battle. Now that move from Claridge might have brought him unstuck because he's under a big amount of pressure. Oh, Bender rides a wheel on Middick and loses a couple of spots. That lets Pierce through, lets Curry through. And James Mackay sneaks on through. So Ryan Bender loses a couple of spots out of that one. Just finding himself in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Well, out the front, your top 5 or 6 karts are well and truly spread around. It's Dicker, Mills, Merritt, Traeger, Gretchen, Harvey. But this battle further back for 7th and beyond. Look at him pouring on through. It's Patrizi, Claridge, Middick, Bender, Pierce, Curry, Mackay, Sugar and McKenzie all the way out to P15, and it's happening even more further back. McKenzie finding his way through the field a little bit. We'll catch him as they come across the line. Down the Arise Racing main straight. 5 laps to go as we pick up this battle. Jaden Pierce and the 15 of James Mackay fighting out for 11th and 12th on track. And this morning, Jaden was hoping to repeat his form from Bunbury. Hasn't quite capitalised in qualifying so far as Jake Claridge fires one up the inside of Hayden Patrizi to claim 7th on the road. And that's about as far as Jake's going to be able to climb here, as it's a big old gap up the road to Mason Harvey in P6 to the tune of 2.3 seconds. 2.5 seconds will be the gap as down the straight Sam Dicker looking over his shoulder to check on Blake Mills behind, who with a 2nd place here in Heat 1 will just be one small step closer to securing the WAKZ title. And in fact, I think even if due to Sparksy being parked up on the sideline, down the line, 3 laps to go for Sam Dicker. As we were saying, sorry, getting a little bit caught up with an incident elsewhere on track. With a DNF for Tommy Sparks, Heat 1 could be enough here for Blake Mills to secure a win. And look at that, down at Hell's Corner. Karts to the sideline, that's Nick Middick. So your 2nd and 3rd place contenders in the WAKZ series out of the race here in Heat 1. And that is going to really throw a spanner in the works of the West Australian KZ Championship here at the final round, the first race of the weekend. And DNFs for your second and third place contenders in the championship practically hands the series win automatically on a silver platter to Blake Mills as he brings it onto the Arise Racing main straight. We follow him down the line, 2 laps to go. Sam Dicker leading the way as a wildcard entry into the championship here at the final round. Has it all to play for to try and pick up a round win, but Blake Mills playing a smart game will look out to the outside of the track here at Hell's Corner and think, my golly gosh, I think I've got it done. As they come through the triple right-handers, Mills in second, Josh Merritt a little bit further behind in third. Millsy still trying to really hustle the kart around as he's actually closing the gap up to the back of Sam Dicker out front. Bringing it across the top end and down through the final chicanes for the second to final time here on the Arise Racing main straight. 1 lap to go, 1 kilometre left in it here for Sam Dicker. In the Minton Motorsports, Sam Dicker Motorsports and Flat Out Karts entry. Rocking his own bodywork on the same kart with the Ricardo kart leading the way. As they come through the triple right hand, as Millsy just staying in touch in second. Josh Merritt's decided to button out of it and try and conserve tyres as there's a lot of racing to get through this weekend. But there'll be one thing on Millsy's mind and one thing only. Get to the finish and see whether we've locked it up here at the final round. As they bring it around and onto the main straight for the final time. The checkered flag is out and waiting. Sam Dicker claims Heat 1 of West Australian KZ2, and Blake Mills with a fist bump in the air. He's a happy man. I think he knows the calculations, and Millsy may have just wrapped up the West Australian KZ Championship here in Heat 1 of the final round of the series here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. For the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts, Dicker with the win in Heat 1. Blake Mills potentially wrapping up the series here in P2. Josh Merritt P3, Ronnie Traeger P4, and Bailey Gretsch rounding out your top 5.
I saw Sparks in Middick out in the first lap. Yeah, I just had to finish. So, yeah, I'm wrapped. Yeah, there's I can't thank Patrizzi Course, Michael, BD from B Sports, my dad, Mac Track, just yeah for all their support this year. So that's good. Yeah.
It's a hard ask to be fast on any given day, but you've proven you've had the goods to be fast and consistent. The way we play the game here in KZ2 means every heat race counts. And how nerve-wracking is it every time you roll out on the track knowing that you have to get to the end to keep those championship hopes alive?
Yeah, a little bit. I've been there before, so you kind of just get used to it a bit. But it's definitely, yeah, it's definitely something you got to keep under control and try and go out and do your best each race. It's just finishing. You just have to finish. So, yeah, keep finishing, keep getting the points, and here it comes.
So back to the pits to confirm things on the points, and if it's true, what from here? You're going to go out and see if we can claim a round win?
Do my best, yeah. Pressure's off now, so we can ragdoll it and, yeah, see how we go.
Congrats, Millsy. Congrats again. Blake Mills, there we go. How's that? He's got the shirt as well. Blake Mills, provisionally, of course, your 2020 West Australian KZ Series champion, wrapped up here in Heat 1 at the Carnival of Karts.
KA3 Junior to the blue grid.
Straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. We're in for Heat 2 here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. WA Combined Medium brought to you by BGW Technologies are set to go. And lights out and racing. Zach Needham getting out from the front of the grid here in Heat 2 for WA Combined Medium. Braden Barra having to drop the second here. And Julio Salvador to third. Tom Bauscher dropping off the back of them. Just can't get going off the start like the guys in front of him can. And the Rotax powered flat out karts entry has to fight for it. It looks like an issue for Julio though. He put the hand out the side and pulled it into the Ingrid straight away. So problems for Julio Salvador. Brings him into the Ingrid at the end of lap 1 as we watch the fight further back in the field. 19 of Carlos Del Toro having a discussion about who wants to be 5th on the road here as he gets around Tide Ashling. And putting the number 7 Fernando Alonso kart down to P6. It's Zach Needham out front, Braden Barra 2nd, Thomas Bauscher 3rd. Jay Bunton into the Tony kart. Goes P4, Brad Ashling dropping down to P6 as Carlos Del Toro picks up a top 5 spot so far. Needham leads away onto the Arise Racing main straight. With 6 laps left to go. Tom Bauscher setting a hot lap now, 52.114. The top 3 well and truly spread out, 4th and 5th spread out as well. We follow the battle here, 5th and 6th. As 6th and 7th, or 7th and 8th. It's Taylor Campbell from Josh Dillieu as well, fighting it out. Josh Dillieu in that awesome fluorescent yellow 72 chassis. Brought to you for Executive Car Care. Trying to put the pressure on Campbell on the 7th spot as the leaders have really opened things up out front as we come across the top end of the racetrack. We'll pick up Needham from Bowra and Thomas Bauscher with the fast lap of the race for the Flat Out Karts number 18 Rotax powered entry. Trying to put the pressure on and see if he can close the gap. As we follow here, Jay Bunton and Carlos Del Toro fighting out for 4th and 5th on the road as they come down towards Hell's Corner. Hard on the brakes, but no one's got an advantage as of yet. A little bit further up the road, Tom Bauscher has closed the gap to the back of Braden Bowra. 51.663 for Bauscher, 51.9 for Bowra. Down the line, we are across the halfway point. 4 laps down, 4 to go. Zach Needham leading the way, 8.1 tenths of a second clear. Braden Bowra continuing to come under fire from Thomas Bauscher. The top end speed capability of the Rotax power might prove interesting under brakes into Hell's Corner. Bauscher sails one up the inside. But Bowra tries to draw alongside. He's going to force the issue, and that's a good battle here. That's what we want to see with WA combined. Thomas Bauscher has never raced against Braden Bowra before. Here in a combined category, they may have come across each other when Tom was racing KA for that matter, but now they get to race each other with the same engine combinations of what they've been used to and battle it out in WA combined. Zach Needham has just cleared out though. He is absolutely GORN gone. 8 tenths of a second the gap as he comes down the line. With 3 to go for Needham here in WA Combined Medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies, a specialist security wholesaler for system integrations and trade customers, providing genuine customer service based on a thorough understanding of the needs of our customers. They're highly skilled and experienced technical people, design tailored solutions that combine the right products with value-added services to ensure your security is cost-effective and successfully deployed on time. That's BGW Technologies bringing you WA Combined Medium as Tom Bauscher has gotten around Braden Bowra and made it stick this time to grab second. But he's going to be hard-pressed to close the gap to Zach Needham out front. It's 1.7 seconds the gap last time across as Bowra and Bauscher slowing each other down, fighting over second. They're bringing around the final corner onto the Arise Racing main straight. 2 laps to go for Zach Needham here in Heat 2 of WA Combined Medium. Last lap board is out. 1 to go for Zach Needham down the line. As Thomas Bauscher continues to set fast laps. The gap stays at 1.7 seconds from first to second. Another 7 tenths of a second back to Braden Bowra in third. Jay Bunton further behind. Another 8 tenths of a second back there in P4. 3 tenths back to Carlos Del Toro. Rounding out your top 5. Barbara Ashling, Josh Dillieu, Taylor Campbell, Chantel Hall and Tyne Ashling. Your top 10 as a couple of them get caught up at Hell's Corner. We follow along with Bunton and Del Toro. 4th and 5th on the road as they head into the top end of the track for the final time. Zach Needham has all his way in the opening races. Heat 1 fell his way with the win and the checkered flag is out. Zach Needham will go 2 from 2 so far today with a win in Heat 2 of WA Combined Medium. Thomas Bauscher goes 1 spot better than he did in race 1 for second here in Heat 2 with a new fast lap of the race right at the end, a 51.115. And Braden Barra comes home for third after being second in race 1. Jay Bunton home in fourth. Carlos Del Toro rounding out your top 5 from Bradley Ashling in 6. Josh Dillier in the 7. Taylor Campbell in 8. Chantel Hall in 9. And Mighty King rounding out your top 10 for WA Combined Medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies here in Heat 2. He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. Bringing on out, Cadet 9s brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks. Proud supporters of West Australian karting. The boys at Bunbury Kartworks have everything you possibly need to go racing, and they love to bring the truck around to all the events. Nick's in the truck this weekend and helping service all of your requirements. From minor parts, chain lube, racewear, spare nose cones, Nerf bars, sprockets, gears, engine components, tyres, and everything in between. Bunbury Kart Works have everything you possibly need. So if you need something trackside or you want to get something sorted in the great southern region of Western Australia, or if you're chasing down an energy course chassis, go see the guys at Bunbury Kart Works and they will be happy to hook you up with what you need. As we bring out Cadet 9's Diego Stewart won the opening race of the weekend, and he will start from pole here in race 2. Connor Mayer, another newcomer to West Australian karting, starts on the outside front row. Julian Barbas will start from P3. Xander Edgington from 4. Joel Blackman will start out of P5, as it's not a start this time by. We'll send him around. And Caleb McLeod will round out your 6-kart starting grid. We would have had 10 karts in our Cadet 9 field if it wasn't for the fact that the two William and Lucas Kalsick Chen brothers, along with Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb, all stepped up into Cadet 12 at the same time. And that's the nature of the Cadet 9 class. The youngsters come in, we get good numbers, and then they all get older and they step up into Cadet 12. It's great to see the youngsters progressing through the ranks, as I'm not entirely sure our Cadet 9s are aware that we're not racing yet. As it looks like Diego Stewart is just trying to drive away from the field, and they're all trying to chase him down. So I'm sure at some point they will become aware that they're not quite racing yet. So the kids have figured out they're not quite going racing yet and gotten into formation. So they'll get into formation and ready to go in just a moment. Diego Stewart on the pole, Connor Mayer on the outside front row, Julian Barbas on P3, Xander Edgington on P4, Joel Blackman from P5, and Caleb McLeod makes up your 6-kart field. Getting ready to go racing for Cadet 9 Heat 2, brought to you by Bunbury Kart Works. Getting set to go, lights out and racing, Cadet 9 Heat 2. Brought to you by Bunbury Kart Works. Diego Stewart gets away off the start, but Connor Mayer drives on past him up the hill, and the next two fire past him as well. Julian Barbas gets through. It looks like Xander Edgington snuck through for 3rd. And Diego down to the 4th spot on the opening lap, getting harassed by Joel Blackman. As Diego fires it into bus stop and catches the side of Xander Edgington, and they're all caught up here, and Xander gets caught up. Diego facing the wrong way, and that will release Connor Mayer out front, and it looks like Julian Barbas chasing him around as they go into the top end of the track. Unfortunately, the youngsters, Xander and one other, caught out and out of the race down at Hell's Corner. Connor Mayer is going to lead things out around the final couple of corners as we go from a 6-kart field down to a 4-kart field on the opening lap, and well and truly spread around the track. And the youngsters are going to chase each other around for the remaining 7 laps here in Cadet 9, brought to you by Bunbury Kart Works. are underway. KA3 Junior Heat 2, brought to you by Eco Resources. And if you're watching us live online, just don't be worried by the fact we're using our locked-off shots. Our cameraman is on a break for just a short moment. And it's a long day to be standing out here in the sun all day long here at Wanneroo International Raceway for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. We'll be back with moving camera action in just a few moments, but it's Caleb Sumich who got to the lead early, but Alex Stefanovic wants a crack at it here in Heat 2. He jumps to the front up at the top end of the racetrack on an inside dive on Sumich, and he's going to be challenged by Robert West, and they forced each other wide at the top end of the track, and it's a scramble on. Sumich gets back to the lead. Thomas Lawton now into the second spot. Robert West down to third. Noah Lyle in fourth, and Alex Stefanovic from fourth on the grid to first to fifth. Sebastian Guest down to P6. Dylan Guest into P7. The Guesty boys joining up as they come on down towards Hell's Corner once again. And now Caleb Sumich with a bit of a lead in hand is going to be pretty hard to catch and beat after he won the opening heat of the weekend. It looks like he's going to try and carry that form into Heat 2 and continue on his march here at the Carnival of Karts, brought to you by Arise Racing. Serving as the final round of the West Australian KZ series, which we do believe was all wrapped up by Blake Mills not long ago in the opening heat of the weekend. DNFs for Tommy Sparks and Nick Middick, his closest rivals in the championship, mean that Millsy might have enough of a gap to basically sit out the remaining races on the day and bring home the championship regardless. So we'll see what changes in the remainder of Heat 2, but it's Caleb Sumich out front, Thomas Lawton in second, and Noah Lyle fighting it out with Robert West as they come down towards bus stop corner. Guesty just wants to get in there, the 45 Birrell Art cart up the inside, but Robert West, who's meeting the Guesty sandwich right now, is Dylan is behind him as they come through the triple right-hander. Alex Stefanovic further behind that group as they come into the top end of the racetrack. But Caleb Sumich stretching things out as he flashes across his screen from Thomas Lawton, Noah Lyle. Sebastian Guest is absolutely on a tear here in KA3. Great to see the youngster has some pace when you go to a bit more power in the kart. They really haven't shown this kind of form in KA4. So not sure what they're doing with this KA3 packages they're running, but it's fantastic to see their pace. As I say that, Dylan is completely off the racetrack and through the dirt up at the top of the hill at Thunderdome. Don't know where he was going, but completely off the road, and Dylan is out of contention for the remainder of this one here in Heat 2 with a DNF against his name. He's not happy about it either, venting his frustration up there at the top of the track. But Caleb Sumich continues to lead things out in the number 14 Eco Resources Cosmic Kart from Thomas Lawton in second, Noah Lyle in third. Now Sebastian Guest in the fourth spot. Robert West rounding out your top five. Wrapping things up, KA3 Junior, run and done, and another win for Caleb Sumich. Noah Lyle home for second after some opening lap shenanigans. Sebastian Guest hangs on for third. Thomas Lawton in fourth and Robert West in P5. Alex Stefanovic, although leading at one stage of the race, down in P6 from Aiden Deckers in 7. Ethan Traeger gets a finish here in P8 from Gabriel Belanca in P9. And James McCucci-Allen rounding out your top 10. Well, we're getting set to go in just a moment with Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Mirrabooka and Nullamara Car Transport. Backed up with Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Integrated Products. A big shout out to Mirrabooka and Nullamara Car Transport, the family owned and operated transport business here in WA, servicing WA for the last 35 years with extensive experience in all aspects of vehicle transport. The main transport is cars, but they happen to move your boat, caravan, camper trailer, or anything else in between. Just ask and see what they can do. Thanks to Mirrabooka and Nullamara Car Transport. And a big shout out to Integrated Products, providing sales, service and support for the complete range of Indigo Vision's enterprise IP security solutions, presenting 125 Light and 125 Heavy respectively, as Shay Thompson leads the field down the straight as the lights go out to send them racing. For Heat 2 of Tag 125 Light with the 125 Heavies on the back of the group. Thompson leads the field through the Thunderdome for the first time. Stephen Scoble slots into second this time round with the new Arrow X5 chassis and follows him all the way down to Hell's Corner. Thompson covers him off nicely though as Liam Kane fights back to the inside to try and force the issue and sneak on through, and it's a wild ride. Declan Blaine getting caught up there on the back of Flynn Thompson. Catching up a tyre of Flynn on the exit of Hell's Corner ahead of Isaac McLean, Ryan Nicholson and Ash Morrissey. And behind him in the heavies, it's Barron from J10 Brooker and Richard Deckers. Not Richard Deckers. That is Richard Deckers. There we go. As we bring him down the Arise Racing main straight, Deckers in the second spot, the 33 kart for Flora Plant. Following your race leaders, Shay Thompson and Stephen Scoble, having a discussion about the race lead as again, Ash Morrissey got shafted through the centre of the racetrack and off the road. And the 89 machine will take no further part. Down the Arise Racing main straight we go though. Shay Thompson leads Stephen Scoble. Hey, Scoble off the road. That would have to have been a mechanical failure for Stephen Scoble, straight off the road at the end of the main straightaway and into the sand trap. Let's see if we can catch that again. There we go. This Scoble just... What went wrong there for Stephen Scoble, I do not know, but good to see he stopped just short of the tyre wall. The sand trap doing its job, and he's looking around the kart a little bit confused as to what's going on, but happy to see that Stephen's okay. Nothing major coming out from that. But a DNF for Scoble as Shay Thompson opens up a healthy lead. We go back to the battle for second. Liam Kane, Flynn Thompson and Declan Blaine down the line as they come onto the Arise Racing main straight. We follow those guys up towards the Thunderdome. As we start to crawl towards the halfway point, Shay Thompson is out with an unassailable lead of 2.1 seconds over the field. And he's going to maintain that as the fight is on. Blaine up the inside of Flynn Thompson. Slots into the third spot. Thompson will drop down to P4 as a result. As they head into the top end of the track. 125 Light, 125 Heavy, suffering a bit of a lull in numbers at the moment. As the popularity of the WAKZ series continues to rise and rise, and the more of the bandwagon effect continues. The 125 Light goes through a bit of ups and downs at the moment. It's good to see still some support for the field. And of course with Kip Foster not contending this weekend, he just got out of having a bit of surgery done, got a cochlear implant fitted in. And the upgrades continue for Kip Foster. Kip will be at home watching this, and hope you're enjoying the show, Kip. And it's going to be good to see you out racing sometime soon again here in West Australia. Hope you're feeling A-OK. Resting up and recovering as we continue on 125 Light. This battle for second, third and fourth. Liam Kane, Declan Blaine and Flynn Thompson heading across the top end of the racetrack. Ryan Nicholson trying to get involved in that battle as well. He's actually the fastest on track with a 49.2. As Shay Thompson comes down the line to make it 3 laps to go in 125 Light. The Mirrabooka and Nullamara Car Transport. In the heavies, Ryan Barron leads out from Richard Deckers with a bit of a margin. Not a whole bunch. It's only a few tenths of a second on track, 3.5 tenths to be exact, between those two as they fight out for the race lead in 125 heavies down towards bus stop corner. You can see those two karts appearing at bus stop now, Barron and Deckers. That's the lead for 125 heavy as they fight it out in their 3-kart field. J10 Brooker further behind in the 3rd spot in that field. Proudly brought to you by Integrated Products. Working our way down to the final couple of laps as we pick up here Barron and Deckers leading the way for 125 heavy on track. Clicking things off to start their final tour of the circuit here in Heat 2. The tag 125 light following the battle as Flynn Thompson starting to come under a bit of pressure now from Ryan Nicholson in the fight for 4th and 5th. Just ahead of them is the fight for 2nd and 3rd of Liam Kane and Declan Blaine. A little bit further up the road, we'll catch him in the shot here, just up the road there as they come through the triple right-handers through the middle of the track. Nobody's going to touch up Shea Thompson here in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Light as he's going to go back-to-back wins in Heats 1 and 2 to start off his Carnival of Karts campaign in fine form, bringing it around the final couple of corners. But Liam Kane will be happy to hold on to 2nd to go P2 once again. And a DNF for Stephen Scoble as Shea Thompson takes the win for Tag 125 Light. Liam Kane in 2nd, Declan Blaine comes home in 3rd, and Flynn Thompson in P4. Ryan Nicholson P5, Isaac McLean in the 6th, and Ryan Barron P7, Richard Deckers in the 8th. And they are your 1 and 2 karts in the 125 heavies. There's a look at the final finishing order. Ryan Nicholson with that hot lap. 48.624 for the KF kart man. Yeah, he just seems to get going at the start, and he'll be a force to be reckoned with in this field. And your winners of 125 heavy, Ryan Barron and Richard Deckers 1st and 2nd. Jathan Brooker bringing it up in 3rd. Ashley Morrissey copping something through the midfield there that brought him unstuck way behind the heavies in P10 on the road. And Stephen Scoble with that mysterious failure through the first corner. And a DNF here in Heat 2 of 125 Light, mixed in with 125 Heavy. He does. He goes! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. Coming on out, Cadet 12, some of the best value racing you'll get here this weekend comes from this class, brought to you by Attested Pressure Services, bringing out a 21 kart field for Cadet 12. I mean, talk about action-packed. Heat 1 was definitely an action-packed one, and it's so good to see the field is continuing to go from strength to strength. We got 4 newcomers out of the Cadet 9 ranks in the form of Lucas and William Kalsick-Chen, Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb. Plus more new names to the open racing scene. Orlando Ricardo, one to see here as a new addition to Cadet 12 racing, especially here at open events. It's good to see as the boys come on down and get lined up, ready to rock and roll. Nicholas Stardy claimed himself a win in race 1. Sachin Smithway was second. Connor Radford was third, Nash Ferrari fourth, and Orlando Piavitas P5. That's how they're going to start here in race 2. Chase Wildman will start out at P6. Chase Webb in P7, Ashton Sprague in the 8. Benjamin Hall in P9, and Toby Mayolo rounding out your top 10. William Kalsick-Chen from Cooper Lyle, Campbell Thompson, Ethan Rotz, Jet McDonald, your top 15 from Bailey Reardon, Lucas Kalsick-Chen, Ryan Warner, Graham Bernard, Flynn Booker and Orlando Ricciardello, all set and ready to rock and roll. Cadet 12 brought to you by Attested Pressure Services. Ready to do it again for 8 laps. Watching the lights to go out to send us racing, and they do not go out. We are not going racing just yet. All the hype and the build-up, and we're anticipating a race start. But no go this time around. So they're going to rack and stack the field again once they all realise they're not racing, as the lights never went out. And they start to slow up and they'll form up again. Nicholas Stardy is the man in charge of the pace here in the number 15 Energy Course kart. And so he'll be the one to watch to see whether he bunches the field up sufficiently. Sachin Smithway on the outside front row is going to be anxious to get a good start from Connor Radford and the current WA back-to-back champ Nash Ferrara, the number 16 Pinjarra Bakery OTK kart. The Orlando Phoenix Racing entry of Orlando Piavitas in P5 from Chase Wildman 6. And new addition to Cadet 12, the West Coast Civil, number 33 from Flat Out Karts of Chase Webb. From Ashton Sprague, the Sonic Racer and Redline Oils, number 24 in P8, Benjamin Hall. We set a hot lap of the race, I believe, in race 1. He'll be one to watch in the 98 kart out of P9. And Toby Mayolo from the 23 Energy Course kart. Always happy to send it and put on a show. He will round out your top 10 starters as we watch the lights again to send us racing. Lights are out this time by. We go racing for Heat 2 of Cadet 12. Nicholas Stardy getting away out front from the pole spot. Radford pushes through for second. Sachin Smithway drops to the 3rd spot here, and they go all the way around the low line in Thunderdome, trying to defend early as Radford pushes Stardy along. He's going to go for a move up the inside into Hell's Corner. Early moves happening here in Heat 2. They both run wide. Sachin gets in there. Wildman sneaks on through. Nash Ferraro trying to get stuck into it. And Orlando Piavitas got driven into the side of and shuffled all the way out to the back of the pack. Poor Orlando from 5th on the grid is going to go all the way down to 20th on track and try and make his way back through. But it's back to the pointy end, and Connor Radford has claimed the race lead with an early aggression and trying to push the order on Nicholas Stardy, trying to break away early. Back to Sachin Smithway in the 3rd spot. Nash Ferraro P4, Chase Wildman P5. And the 23, Toby Mayolo from 10th on the grid up to P6 on the opening lap. It's Connor Radford, your leader, as they head up towards Thunderdome for the 2nd time. The bright orange helmet coming out of Flat Out Karts. Having a good time out front so far, but you've got to build a buffer. And it's one thing to lead. Sometimes it's easier to be the chaser. As Sachin spins himself out down at the bus stop at Hell's Corner, and he is heartbroken as a result too. The kart is beached in the dirt, and Sachin is off the road. Gorsuch and Smith Way out of the race as a result of that. And Connor Radford will lead the field coming off the back end of the track. Now Nicholas Stardy is hot on his heels. We follow this battle onto the Arise Racing main straight. 6 laps to go down the line. Fast lap coming from Nash Ferraro here. The number 16 Pinjarra Bakery OTK kart, proving he's got plenty of pace. And he's trying to close the gap up to the race leaders. He's getting pushed along by Chase Wildman and the Sabre Real Estate 77 Tony kart. And Ferraro went for a defensive line as the lead has changed as well. A little bit further up, Nick Stardy picked off Connor Radford. We've got 2 battle packs for your top 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Fighting it out through the middle of the track here. Nick Stardy leads the way. Connor Radford second. Nash Ferraro third. Chase Wildman in the 4th spot and a bit of a gap back to Toby Mayolo, P5. Chase Webb in the 6th from Cooper Lyle in 7. Benjamin Hall in the 8th from William and Bailey rounding out your top 10. We follow 3rd and 4th here. Nash Ferraro and Chase Wildman. Round the final corner onto the Arise Racing main straight. It looks like Ferraro is pulling a bit of a gap over Wildman, but Nick Stardy running himself very wide and awkward through turn 1, finds himself under a huge amount of pressure, and we're going to go drag racing side by side on the way out of Thunderdome between Stardy and Radford. Down towards Hell's Corner. Radford's not close enough to make a move this time by. Chase and Nash at the moment will be watching these two up front and just hoping they can slow each other down a little bit, see if they can get involved in this fight for the race lead. It's Nick Stardy leading the way in the number 15 Energy Course chassis. Fastest kart on track, the 56.033 from the West Coast Civil and Flat Out Karts entry of Connor Radford and the 21 with the bright orange helmet that always stands out on track. Nash Ferraro further back there in P3. They haven't been able to close the gap to the leaders here. They're still 9/10 of a second off the back of Connor Radford. This time by 8/10 of a second. From Radford back to Ferraro. As the battles continue on, as they come on down the Arise Racing main straight. We follow the trio of Chase Webb, Benjamin Hall and Cooper Lyle as Ben goes up the inside of Chase up at Thunderdome and gets the job done. Puts Chase down to the 7th spot here. Young Benjamin moving himself up a spot, and it's a flat-out karts party for those 3 as he defends on the inside into Hell's Corner. Webb in his first open meeting appearance here in Cadet 12s in the number 33 West Coast Civil Flat-Out Karts Arrow chassis, making his step into the 12s after running Cadet 9s just a couple of weeks ago down at Bunbury City Kart Club for the final round of the Gold Star Series, brought to you by patrizicourse.com. As we follow along, Chase just checking over his shoulder on Cooper, who's a couple of karts further behind. Behind them, they've got young Bailey Reardon in P9 and William Kalsik Chen rounding out the top 10. As your top 4 have well and truly spread themselves out around the track now. Stardy with a half-second lead over Radford, another 3/10 back to Ferraro, half a second back to Wildman, and a huge gap back to Toby Mayolo, rounding out your top 5. Daylight of 3.5 seconds back to Mayolo from Benjamin Hall, who's really opened up a gap over Chase Webb as we follow them on camera into Hell's Corner. Oh, another one spinning out on the way into Hell's Corner, and they're all stuck on each other. And it looks like Bailey Reardon has a problem here. And I think that was Jet McDonald that got caught up having to push Bailey along. And Reardon in the 95 KF kart gets going again, but had some sort of problem coming out of Hell's Corner and really checked up the field. As they come down the line, 2 to go for Cadet 12. And the battle out front definitely simmering down to nothing more than a follow the leader affair. As Stardy leads out from Radford in second. Ferraro and Wildman, 3rd and 4th. They're separated by a little bit of gap, still half a second between them as they come through the centre of the track. 1.5 laps left to go. Cadet 12 brought to you by our Tested Pressure Services. On average, by and large, tends to be an exciting category to watch of racing here in West Australian karting, but Heat 2 going to be relatively processional here. Just over 1 lap to go. We follow Nick Stardy coming off the back end of the track through the right, left, right section, winding his way around onto the Arise Racing front straight. starting his final tour of the circuit. 1 to go here in Cadet 12 Heat 2. Following Nick Stardy across the top end of the racetrack for the final time here. He's going to lead out a clean pair of heels to the field in a bit easier fashion than he did here in Heat 1. Nick Stardy around the final corner and onto the Arise Racing main straight. Stardy makes it 2 from 2 here in Cadet 12 for attested pressure surfaces. Connor Radford home in second this time by. Nash Ferraro home in third. Chase Wildman in fourth, and Benjamin Hall will round out your top 5 here in Cadet 12 Heat 2. KA4 Junior Championship weight brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. Out on track and getting ready for Heat 2. And it's a stellar field. 23 drivers lining up and getting ready to do battle over the next 8 laps of racing. James McCucci-Allen will start on the pole spot here. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer made advantage of the first race shenanigans and claimed second. Noah Lyle was an unhappy party as a result of that. Will start third. Riley Watkins from P4, from James Buck in P5. Aiden Deckers, Cade Davies, Zane Rhodes, Luke Fraser and Connor Payne, your top 10 starters in this wicked 23 kart field as we get set to turn the lights off and send them racing. 8 laps on the board is go. McCucci-Allen leads the field through turn 1 up the hill towards Thunderdome. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer is going to try and go all the way around the outside as Noah Lyle forces the issue and claims second. Rosenauer down to the third spot here. Oh, we've got a bit of a pile-up from the exit of Thunderdome as well. There's a few caught up there. Check out the replay as we see, trying to unpack what on earth happened. Well, I can't tell you who caused it, but I can tell you it started from about 7th place back. And a few of them got caught up there at the top of the hill. We'll go back to the race lead, and it's James McCucci-Allen leading Noah Lyle. No love lost between these two after the last couple of meetings, and they're going to do it all again here in Heat 2 as McCucci-Allen leads the Gumtree Arrow chassis. And literally the Gumtree chassis, they bought it off of Gumtree 3 days or 4 days before going to Bunbury City Kart Club a couple of weeks ago. Found out it actually works pretty well, and they're having a crack at it here in WA or KA4 Junior Championship here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. He leads away from Noah Lyle in the second. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer into the third spot. Bit of a gap back to James Buck in P4. Aiden Decker's getting dropped down to P5. Zane Rhodes surviving so far into P6 as Riley Watkins gets dropped off a spot into P7 and is still in Guest into the 8th spot. Sebastian Guest into P9. And Reef went in Jack Parham's losing a couple of spots there. He's dropped down behind them. He goes down to P10. But the focus is on this battle pack here. We're watching Buchan from Deckers 4th and 5th as they come onto the Arise Racing main straight. Fighting it out and coming down the line. And pick up the race lead here. McCucci-Allen still leads, but Noah Lyle is just sitting there waiting for his moment to shine. And Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer hanging onto the back of that pairing at the moment as they come down towards the bus stop. Still can't make up my mind whether it's bus stop or Hells as Noah Lyle fires to the inside and grabs one from McCucci-Allen. Noah Lyle grabs the race lead, and the Flat Out Karts and Arise Racing Arrow X5 chassis. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer goes to the third spot, sitting right behind him. Young Jackson's having a stellar run so far this weekend. He loves the track here at Wanneroo International Raceway. And certainly knows the quick way around in relation. As Lyle brings the field onto the Arise Racing main straight, it's going to be 3 down, 5 to go for KA4 Junior. Brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer has decided he wants to have a run at Noah Lyle here. Picks off James McCucci-Allen and drops James down to the third spot. We'll see what Jackson can do with the pace of Lyle out front. There's about 2.5, 3/10 of a second between them all as they came on down the line a moment ago. As we hit the line this time by on the Arise Racing main straight, we're at the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior for Vulcan Panel and Paint. Three laps to go last time across the line. The battle is on towards the front here as we follow this between Aidan Deckers and Zane Rhodes. Down at Hell's Corner, we've brought James Buchan into the fight now. This is a great fight, though, between Rhodes and Deckers and Guest as well. A little bit further up the road. Picking up the race leaders as they come into the top end of the circuit. Noah Lyle leads James McCucci-Allen, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, and James Buchan as they head across the top end. Down through the final set of chicanes with 2 laps to go as they hit the line. Jackson looks like he's dropped off the pace a little bit, although he had a fast lap of the race a moment ago. I think he tried to try something on with Noah, and that really bogged down the momentum of the kart. This brings James McCucci-Allen back into the fight. And McCucci-Allen wants to try something on here, see if he can claim another win here in a hotly contested field for KA4 Junior. As they come out of Hell's Corner, McCucci-Allen is monster in the back of Noah Lyle. A lap and a half left to go. Wait for something to go down on the final lap here. And we saw it in Heat 1. McCucci-Allen made it happen at the top end of the Thunderdome and slowed down Lyle enough that brought Mitchell-Rosenauer back into the fight, so they are in exactly the same formation as they were at the turn of the final lap here in Heat 1. We'll see what shakes out the second time around as we start the final lap. 1 to go for KA4 Junior, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. Up towards Thunderdome for the final time. McCucci-Allen's too far back this time, but he's going to sneak on in there, and he's going to make it happen again. James McCucci-Allen forces his way through, but this time he doesn't slow down Lyle, who's going to fight back into Hell's Corner. It's going to be a big move up the inside. Here comes James Buchan on Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer. McCucci-Allen fights back. Buchan spires it through the inside. James Buchan goes to second. James McCucci-Allen makes it 2 races and 2 attempts at a claim for the race lead, and tries to stretch things out across the top end of the circuit. And he's going to hang on to it here, but James Buchan snuck through at the right time and is going to see second. Noah Lyle will have to settle for third again here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior Light. Checkered flag will fly, and a final lap dash sees James McCucci-Allen to the lead and James Buchan to second. McCucci-Allen's happy about that one too. He thinks he's a mastermind, but something's happened to Noah Lyle in the dirt at the end of the straight after the checkered flag. Not sure what happened there after the checkered flag, but Noah Lyle went off into the dirt and ends his race in the sand trap at the end of the main straight. McCucci-Allen, your winner. James Buchan home in second. Noah Lyle in third. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer in fourth place. And Riley Watkins sneaks through to claim a top 5 finish here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Tape. We're going to take a very short moment to do a bit of kart retrieval. We'll be back on track with WA Light Combined brought to you by OJG Engineering. WA Combined Light brought to you by OJG Engineering. Getting set to go one more time here in Heat 2. Ryan Nicholson, the class of the field in the first attempt today from the KF Kart Racing team. He took a win here in Heat 1. Michael Jones will start from second on the grid. Daniel Sprague from third. Lucas Gaelic from fourth. I think Daniel and Michael combined have a higher age than about half the rest of the field. As we watch the lights to send us racing, but no go this time around. And we'll settle the field down and get sorted to go starting again. We'll go further back in the field. It's Bailey Reynolds Stephen in P5. Trenna Mann will start out of P6. Richard Reynolds will start from P7. Luke Woodham will start out of P8 with Jaden Hyde from P9. Tristan McLaughlin will start from P10. Liam Kane will start out of P11. Darcy Venetis looking to start out of P12 after a DNF with Liam and Mason in the opening race. And Mason Fraser has not shown up on timing as circulating, so we're down to 12 karts on track here. Big shout out to OJG Engineering, sponsoring our WA Combined Light class, specialising in MSCL pipe and stainless steel, welding and fabrication, and mobile and site installation for all major civil groups in Western Australia, and proud presenters as we go racing this time by. Proud supporters of West Australian karting. OJG Engineering. Nicholson getting away, but Jonesy wants to fight for it on the opening lap. Up the inside at Thunderdome and fights all the way out as your race leader. A bit of bump and grind going on further behind. Nicholson in a second. Dan Sprague brings the number 29 Sonic Racer and Redline Oils Fernando Alonso kart into the third spot here. Bailey Reynolds Stephen into the fourth spot. Lucas Gaelic P5. Liam Kane trying to fight up through the field. He goes to P6 already and he takes Jaden Hyde with him. Hyde trying to tack onto the back of Liam Kane and chase him through. Trenna Mann a little bit further behind there. And it looks like Darcy Venetis just behind Trenna as they head across the top end on the opening lap. It's Michael Jonesy Jones in the number 40 flat out karts entry. Down the Arise Racing front straight from Ryan Nicholson in the 75 KF kart into second. Dan Sprague and the Fernando Alonso in third. Bailey Reynolds Stephen in the fourth spot. Lucas Gaelic rounding out your top five at the moment as they come down from the Thunderdome corner. Sprague looking a little slow on the way into Thunderdome. Gave away a bit of time to the back of Bailey Reynolds, who's going to close up the gap and give Dan a bit of a helping hand under brakes into the Hell's corner and force Dan wide and claims third. Now Liam Kane is up in the mix as well. He's driven right up there real quick. The number 6 KF kart for the youngster from Collie, running double duties between WA Combined and Tag 125. And having plenty of pace in Tag 125 Light. We follow the leaders down the Arise Racing main straight. Jones and Nicholson stretching things out. But the battle further behind as we follow this. Bailey Reynolds in the third spot. Dan Sprague, Liam Kane, Lucas Gaelic and Jaden Hyde all tucking in there for a bit of a battle of their own for the remaining placings. Kane up the inside of Sprague into Hell's corner. Sprague is going to try and hang it out to drive it. He loses 2 spots from Kane and Gaelic. The last time I saw Dan Sprague and racing in an open event was King of the Hill a little while ago. A couple of years ago, he ended up second behind Brooke Miller, who was one of the second ever Queens of the Hill up at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. That was 2019 edition of the King of the Hill up there. And Sprague ended up second or third after Ryan Nicholson and Josh Healy took each other out, leading the race in 125 Restricted Light a couple of years ago. It's good to see Dan out and having fun with his son Ashton competing in Cadet 12s as well. Oh, and Jaden Hyde gets forced a rough hand again up at the Thunderdome, and we caught that as they came on out. He's facing the wrong way for the second time in 2 heat races this weekend. We follow the battle here. The 2 young ladies of the class, Trenna Mann and Darcy Venetis, having a battle of their own. They're fighting over 8th and 9th, and they just dispatched of Jaden Hyde in fine form on the way out of Thunderdome. And they are behind the battle that is Dan Sprague trying to fight with Liam Kane and Lucas Gaelic. Sprague puts it back up the inside of Gaelic. We pick him up down the Arise Racing main straight. The battle out front was red hot for just a moment. It simmered down to single card affairs as Ryan Nicholson leads the way. Michael Jones dropping off into the second spot now. Liam Kane having a bit of a lonely drive, but a great recovery from deep in the field into third. As we cross the halfway point a moment ago, 4 down, 4 to go for WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering. Well, things all settling down in the back end of Heat 2 for WA Combined Light. It's Ryan Nicholson out front from Michael Jones in second, Liam Kane in third, but the fight behind them, Bailey Reynolds-Smith, Lucas Gaelic, Trena Mann just with a big lose on the way down towards Hell's Corner. She caught the back of Lucas, I believe, and got caught up. And it checked up the front of the 27 comp cart, turning her around. It's Bailey Reynolds-Stephen holding on to the fourth spot as the last lap board comes out. 1 to go as they come down the line. Ryan Nicholson leading the way from Michael Jones in second, Liam Kane in third, and an issue for Daniel Sprague out there at the top of the circuit brings him unstuck, and he is out of the cart and will take no further part here in Heat 2 of WA Combined Light. A sad one there for Dan. But it's the KA engines flying the flag in WA Combined Light. Definitely a bit of a quick combination in this class, as I think all bar a couple of karts running the KA engines as we bring them around. Checkered flag will be out and waiting as we pick up your leaders across the top end of the track. Ryan Nicholson on his way to going 2 from 2 so far. Nicholson with the win in Heat 2 of WA Combined Light. Michael Jones home in second. And Liam Kane recovers after a shocker in the opening race to go third. Lucas Gaelic in P4. Bailey Reynolds-Stephen running out your top 5. And a good recovery from Darcy Venetis in P6. Richard Reynolds in P7. Luke Woodham in P8. Jaden Hyde gets turned around again, and he ends up P9 as a result. Kristen McLaughlin P10 from Trena Mann with a spin towards the end there. Daniel Sprague a DNF, unfortunately, and we didn't see Mason Fraser coming out to start things off. That was WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering. Heat 2 on the board here at the 2020 Arise Racing Carnival of Karts, Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. And a big shout out to Arise Racing up here at Wanneroo Raceway, providing services and getting young drivers stepping up into the likes of Formula 1000s and radical racing cars, and providing various young driver programs, training, and getting hot laps out there as well. You want to know more? Go find them and get in touch with Arise Racing. You can get yourself backside into a Formula 1000 racing car or a radical race car out on Wanneroo Raceway and having some fun. And also a big shout out to Ampol, proudly supporting Tiger Kart Club. Powering better journeys today and tomorrow is Ampol, formerly known as Caltex, supporting West Australian karting, as we're going to take a very short moment with a bit of kart retrieval before we get underway with WA Combined Heavy coming out next for OTK WA. WA Combined Heavy out on track at the moment, brought to you by OTK WA, your West Australian OTK chassis dealer for anything Fernando Alonso kart, Tony kart or Cosmic chassis related. Go see Daryl Henderson, he'll hook you up. Loves to fly the flag for the Tony kart brand. As we get ready to go racing, no time, no start this time by. So as it stands this time around, WA Combined Heavy will be led by Lachlan Harvey and Mark Redmond on the front row. Lee Bujos and Aaron Chivers on row 2. Adam Gandossi and Craig Ryan on the third row here. There's Christopher Strawn and Nathan Mettam on row 4. Brad Smith and Dean McCallan on row 5. Josh Hunt had a bonza start in Heat 1 earlier. He even sent me a message asking where he can get the footage. If you don't know, we're streaming live online thanks to 4Style Media, broadcasting the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. You can go to the Tiger Kart Club Facebook page. On 4Style's Facebook page, you can go to YouTube and go to 4Style Media. And you can go back at any time after the event and watch all the action again and relive the highlights and the moments that are the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. As we look to go racing this time by, lights out, and we go. Harvey leads the field towards turn 1. Mark Redmond trying to slot into second there. He's going to try the high line up through Thunderdome, and he's going to come on down across and close the door as Aaron Chivers goes flying across the dirt. Craig Ryan's got the old windscreen wiper of his right hand wiping the dust from his face as Chivers throws it all up in the air. Adam Gandossi in there as well in P5, but it's Lee Bujos into the 3 spot as they go through the middle of the circuit. Lachlan Harvey in the 76 Arrow chassis leading the way out front. Mark Redmond was the closest to showing him a wheel in the earlier heat. See if he has the pace to do it again here in Heat 2 as Bujos now finds himself in prime position with the Rotax powered entry. The stable water karting as they come onto the Arise Racing front straight. It's Harvey, Redmond, Bujos. The ARC karting entry of Aaron Chivers up the inside of Bujos down the main straight. Chivers has some power here. I think he made the switch over to a Rotax Evo. And powering away. You can spot the radiator on the right-hand side of Chivers. It's a telltale sign. So it's a KA from 2 Rotaxes, 3 Rotaxes, followed by an X30. Actually a quadruple X30s, quintuple X30s. Quite a fair few X30 powered karts in this field here. The WA Combined Heavy, but it's Lachlan Harvey. A lone KA out front as Adam Gandossi fires on at the inside of Lee Bujos, who's really struggling to get the kart up to speed. Craig Ryan finds himself right on the back of Bujos as they go across the top end of the track. And follow here, Bujos under pressure from Christopher Strawn. And Craig Ryan at the moment. As they head on down the Arise Racing main straight. Bujos still maintaining the spot here in the number 2 machine. down the Arise Racing main straight with 3 laps completed, 5 to go. The WA Combined Heavy, brought to you by OTK WA. Adam Gandossi is the fastest on track at the moment at 52.440. For the Gandossi group, number 78, Tony Cart. He finds himself in 4th as it's Lachlan Harvey, Mark Redman and Aaron Chivers leading the way with the KA and a pair of road taxes, chased up by Gandossi with the X30 powered Tony Cart. They're pretty close on lap speed as well, so the argument of an engine having a different advantage, pretty null and void in the heavy class, although the KA engine is dominating the light class, although I think it is actually the only engine used in the class. As Lachlan Harvey comes on down the line, 4 laps complete, 4 to go. Halfway home here for WA Combined Heavy. Lachlan Harvey leading this out. Harvey seems to be very much unfazed by the pace of the guys behind him, although he just really ran wide on the way down towards bus stop and Hell's Corner, and they're going to go 3 wide on the way into Hell's. Redmond now claims the race lead. Aaron Chivers brings the ARC karting Arrow Chassis into 2nd. Harvey drops off to the 3rd spot. Gandossi is just lurking in the background there, hanging out and waiting for them to slow each other down a little more, and buy his way into this fight for a 4-kart battle. As Redmond under pressure from Chivers, they're going to go side by side across the back, and Redmond wanted the corner more than Aaron did and checked up the number 4 machine. And you go down the Arise Racing main straight with 3 laps to go, picking them up through turn 1 and up the hill towards Thunderdome. It's a 4-kart fight as Lachlan Harvey looks to the inside and moves back up the racetrack, but Adam Gandossi occupies that piece of real estate. They come on down towards Hell's Corner. Mark Redman wants to lead this one out. Aaron Chivers having a better run than he did here in Heat 1. He goes to 2nd from Harvey, who I believe is your Heat 1 winner. The way they wrapped up in Heat 1 was Harvey, Redman, Bujos, Chivers, Gandossi. Now it's a bit different. Chivers has found a bit more speed and he's putting pressure on Mark Redman, your race leader. Really just wants to beat Mark. As they come down side by side down the main straight, they're going to go squeezing into turn 1. Redman has to take the long way around, and Lachlan Harvey fires at the inside. Redman closes the door. Gandossi trying to do it the hard way. All the way around the outside is going to push Redman through. He might pinch the spot from Harvey here. On the run down towards the bus stop, it was 2 laps to go. Last time across the line, and Aaron Chivers now, as a result of that, played it masterfully, claims the race lead. The number 4 ARC karting entry getting out front, and as a result of running Mark Redman wide, gave himself a couple of kart lengths of advantage. It's not accidental. Chivers knows what he's doing. Across the top end of the racetrack they go, coming up to the final lap very soon here. Aaron Chivers leads his way through the final chicanes and onto the Arise Racing main straight. Redman into the 2nd, and the number 11 Epoxy Groutworks machine. Then Gandossi and Lachlan Harvey, your Heat 1 winner. Back there in the 4th spot. Last lap is upon us here as Harvey drops a wheel on the rumble strip on the exit of turn 1. The fight behind them still going on between Bujos, Ryan and Strawn. As they come down towards Hell's Corner. Lee Bujos maintaining position on that one. He sits P5, just a couple of car lengths clear of Craig Ryan. He was trying to put some pressure on him earlier on in the race, but on the final lap here, Aaron Chivers is working towards a Heat 2 win after being 4th in Heat 1. A great recovery of his pace, and we'll see what he has in the later races. Mark Redman really wanted that first win of the day, but Aaron wanted it more. By the end of it, as a checkered flag will drop, Aaron Chivers wins Heat 2 of WA Combined Heavy from Mark Redman in 2nd, Adam Gandossi in 3rd, Lachlan Harvey 4th, Lee Bujos rounding out your top 5 from Craig Ryan, Christopher Strawn, Dean McCallan, Ty Starr and Nathan Medham rounding out your top 10 in the field from Ben Harvey in 11, Brett Hume, Brad Smith and Josh Hunt, the remaining finishing order. That was WA Combined Heavy, brought to you by OTK WA. Aaron Chivers with a win and the fastest lap of the race. Definitely taking it to the field here after starting off a little bit slow this morning. Well, it's time to do it all again. KZ2 on track as we get set to rack 'em and stack 'em. Our 24 kart field out on track and getting ready to go for heat number 2 here at the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. As they roll around and get ready. Their formation laps are on the board, and we believe that Blake Mills should have wrapped up the championship after heat 1 today. And we'll see whether the real Blake Mills can come out and party for the remainder of the day. The one that likes to send it and go for a round win. Can anyone topple Samuel Dicker today? In a borrowed chassis for his maiden appearance in the KZ Series this year in 2020. Parked it on pole after only expecting to be inside the top 15. Is a modest one, of course. Riley Traeger had a shocking start in heat 1. And recovered to 4th after their first 12 laps of racing. Tommy Shue with a DNF in race 1 along with Thomas Sparks. And our 3rd place championship contender Nick Middick had a DNF as well. So it's all wide open now. And we'll see how it all shakes out over the rest of the day. Blake Mills will start out of P5 from Tommy Sparks in 6, Josh Merritt in 7. Jake Claridge making a step back in providing us the theme song and backing music for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. You want to check out his sounds, go search him on Spotify. Jake Claridge is the number to name to type in. I'll get it right. As we get going, 24 karts lined up on the starting grid. Sam Dicker looking to do it all again here over 12 laps of Wanneroo International Raceway for Heat 2. The one they all want to win is the 20-lapper today. Red lights are on. They're out and we're away. Another pretty awful start there for Riley Traeger. Blake Mills gets swallowed up at the start as well as the rear bumper's been ripped off the back of Nick Middick's kart. His day goes from bad to worse. For Nick Middick, he's going to get a mechanical flag for that, and his race will be done before it even started as the bumper is flapping around on the back of Nick Middick's number 94 machine. But it's Sam Dicker opening up the taps. Tommy Shue with a great start as well. He goes to 2nd. Riley Traeger with a pretty rough start. He stays 3rd. Tommy Sparks gets going. He goes to P4. Jake Claridge to P5 as Sparks up the inside and gets the job done on Traeger. Sparksy now knows he needs to capitalise and get as many points as he can to try and lock down 2nd in the championship. Oh, but Sparksy has an issue. He's got a hand up in the air. And the 21 OJG Engineering Charles Leclerc kart could be going for a 2nd DNF in a row. Can you believe it? It's all coming undone for our championship podium contenders. Sparksy with a DNF. Nick Middick is going to have another DNF as well with a mechanical. And we have 2 irregular contenders, Sam Dicker and Tommy Shue, fighting for the race lead as Shue up the inside in the bus stop corner. Gets it done. Riley Traeger goes to 3rd. Jake Claridge in 4th, would you believe it? The 95 Luxor kart getting it done inside the top 5. Bailey Gretchen, the 55 CRG, goes to the 5 spot. Tommy Shue is on an absolute mission. The 75 BRM kart passing Sam Dicker and gapping him out by about 10 kart lengths across the back straight already. And Dicker is falling back into the clutches of Riley Traeger. I wonder if Dicker has a minor issue with the 72 Ricardo kart as he's giving away the spots. Traeger goes past him down the Arise Racing main straightaway. And Dicker is looking onto his kart as well. There's something wrong with the 72 of Dicker as well. And Jake Claridge almost fires into the side of him at Thunderdome. What is happening in KZ2 today? There's something in the air here at Wanneroo International Raceway, and it is shaking up the field. Sam Dicker, a 3rd DNF in as many laps in Heat 2 for KZ2. Tommy Sparks with 2 DNFs today. Nick Middick locking down his 2nd DNF today with a rear bumper coming off the back of the 94 BRM kart. Tommy Shue, who was positively, I'm going to say, was not very far up the field in the 4th round of the championship down at Bunbury City Kart Club a couple of weeks ago, finds himself leading the way in a heat race and stretching things out over Riley Traeger, who has had a rough run of things of recent times, and by securing points, might actually put himself in prime position to make it onto the podium in the KZ2 Championships. And now it's all about Riley Traeger in the number 60 Ricardo kart, trying to pick up those solid point finishes, and he sits in second at the moment, well clear of Jake Claridge, who's usually Riley's mechanic in the West Australian KZ series. The stories just get weirder and more wonderful as Bailey Gretsch holds on to P4, Dan Curry, multi-time series champion, P5, Josh Merritt in P6, and Blake Mills in P7, Mason Harvey P8. Damo Papa Sergio is the fastest on track with a 48.285. Hot lap in the 77. Birrell chassis for super cool air conditioning and iZone, and Hamilton Engineering. Papa Sergio to P8 now, Harvey down to P9. Jaden Pierce, your pole sitter, back at round 4 a couple of weeks ago down in Bunbury, now down in P10. As we follow this battle pack for 4th, 5th and 6th on the road, it's Gretsch, Curry and Merritt. Blake Mills behind them in P7. The battle for the lead is going to start heating up here. Shu and Traeger are getting closer together as they head towards the top end of the racetrack. We find the 55 CRG of Bailey Gretsch. We pick up your leaders just flashing across frame there. Shu and Traeger going to find it out for the race lead here in Heat 2 of KZ2. Sam Dicker was your winner in Heat 1. A DNF in Heat 2. He will have to watch from the sidelines. And big names in your championship standings, Tommy Sparks and Nick Middick, are yet to record a finish in the heats today. Blake Mills, however, after seemingly wrapping up the championship here in Heat 1, finds himself 7th on track and just circulating at the moment. He'd be all but pretty much 100% guaranteed as your championship winner, but only able to manage 7th so far. The battle for the lead between Tommy Shu and Riley Traeger. Traeger set a hot lap of the race a moment ago, 47.671. And a bit of battle happening further behind them as Millsy finds himself around the Marinello of Curry and past Josh Merritt. So Blake Mills now works his way up into P5. As we hit the halfway point, 6 laps down, 6 to go. Riley Traeger has fallen off the back of Tommy Shu. The battle for the race lead has completely died off, and Tommy Shu is going to roll this one around, it seems. Jake Claridge in the 3rd, and now Blake Mills is racing hard to try and push up onto the back of Bailey Gretsch for P4. Time for the real Blake Mills. Please stand up in the Mack Track and Mills Drainage Pro Drainage entry in the number 2 Ricardo kart into the top end of the racetrack. He's setting the track alight last time across a 47.75, still 3/10 slower than Tommy Shu. Whatever Jasper fed Tommy this morning is absolutely working for the 75 BRM machine. Down the straight, he's gapped out to Traeger by 1.6 seconds to a 47.3. New hot lap of the race for Tommy Shu. Either that or he's just decided to use all of the tyre in one heat and be P nowhere for the rest of the day. With 5 laps to go for Tommy Shu last time he came across the line. Riley Traeger clicking down the gears into Hell's Corner. Jake Claridge having a quiet but fruitful affair into 3rd. Bailey Gretsch is now getting pulled back towards Blake Mills. A 47.56 to a 47.44 for Gretsch and Mills that time across. Millsy's catching him and trying to close up the gap, but nobody can match the pace of Tommy Shu out front right now. He cut his teeth in the junior ranks of karting here in WA a few years ago. Stepped away for a couple of years to go ride motorbikes and raced in the West Australian motocross scene. And returns to have a steer in what seemed like just having a bit of fun with the boys. And now Tommy finds himself leading his way around Wanneroo International Raceway in the 2nd heat of KZ2 today. The 75 BRM chassis through the middle of the circuit. And if I don't stand corrected, I think this could be the first of a heat win for a BRM kart in the West Australian KZ series. Nick Middick has been close, but always came through for a podium finish in the finals, all the way up until last round, where he lost the gearbox down at Bunbury City Kart Club in the final race of the night on their Saturday program for round 4. 3 to go though. Tommy Shu could be about to put the first BRM chassis on the top step in a heat race in the West Australian KZ series, and the first non-Birrell chassis to take a heat win. Tommy leads the way around the circuit. We follow the battle here between Josh Merritt and Dan Curry. Both have found themselves at the pointy end of the field here in KZ2. As Tommy Shue brings it around, going to make it 2 to go as he comes across the line for KZ2, presented by Floraplant here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. Floraplant striving to implement the latest technology and procedures to bring you the best possible line of products. Delivering their products Australia-wide, Floraplant has a wide and distinguishable product range. Many products that form part of the backbone to their successful business. Meeting the first firm to meet the national nursery industry standards and to be accredited, Floraplant, proud supporters of West Australian karting and proud supporters of the West Australian KZ Series here at their final round this weekend here at Wanneroo International Raceway. Following Tommy Shue around the final couple of corners, clicking gears mid-corner. It's a brave one for Tommy. He checks over the shoulder and he looks all calm, cool and collected as he makes his way onto his final lap up in the Thunderdome. 2 heats so far, and we're going to see 2 new heat winners in the West Australian KZ Series. It all comes to the final round, and it's been absolute pandemonium so far. But Tommy Shue is going to capitalise on this and stretch things out into the top end of the circuit for the final time. We follow the 75 BRM kart. And whatever they've found on the 75 machine, he said he thought he had enough pace yesterday to mix it up there. But I don't think even he thought he'd be this quick. Tommy Shue down the line to take the flag. Will win Heat 2 of KZ2 here at the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. Riley Traeger ticks off a very important result. Second here in Heat 2. Jake Claridge third. Bailey Gretsch fourth. Blake Mills P5. Josh Merritt down in P6. Daniel Curry P7. Damon Papa Sergio in the 8th. From Mason Harvey in 9. And there's your results. Jaden Pierce rounds out your top 10. A newcomer, Luca Nietzsche, goes P11. And the number 5, Ricardo Cart. Courtney Goff P12. Melinda Sully P13. Adam McKenzie in the 14 from Scott Mackay, rounding out your top 15. Ahead of James Mackay, Ryan Bender, Paul Pedrotti, Daniel Sugar, and Jess Howe. And look at that, we lost Nick Middick, Sam Dicker, Hayden Matrizi, Tommy Sparks, and Daniel Clark, all out of racing in the early stages of the race. Tommy Sparks and Daniel Clark didn't even make it through the opening lap of racing. KZ2, all the thrills and spills of the West Australian KZ Series coming at you here from Wanneroo International Raceway and broadcasting live online thanks to 4Style Media. That was Heat 2 done and dusted here at Wanneroo International Raceway. For Tiger Kart Club at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts, we have just a couple of moments to catch our breath and reset as we go racing for Heat 3 WA Combined Medium coming up in just a moment. Tommy Shue down on the in-grid. Now, you said to me earlier today that you thought you might have pace to run at the front. Did you think you had enough pace to challenge and lead like that in a heat race?
Look, yesterday was a real good day in practice. Yesterday, Arvo, we kind of started having our doubts, but BRM kart was great. We come out, we did a real good qualifying. Unfortunately, race 1 didn't go our way, but the kart felt good then. It was just easy to drive, managed to get that lead, and I kind of just cruised, so hopefully we got some good tyres for the final.
Now, you're one of 3 of these wildcard boys at the pointy end of the field today that have come out for this final round. You're not in the championship contest, but the likes of Sam Dicker, the likes of Jake Claridge and Luca Nietzsche and yourself out there mixing it up in the championship. How crazy is it out there racing KZ2 around Wanneroo?
Oh, it's full on. Like KZ, you don't get a break, doesn't matter what track you're at. But yeah, all the boys, it's a massive field, and it's always full of talent. Just a big thanks to Jason from BRM Australia. Making it all possible, wouldn't be able to do it without him.
There you go, mate. Congratulations on the Heat 2 win. Tommy Shu will be one to watch for the finals later today. Welcome back to racing here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts, WA Combined Medium. Brought to you by BGW Technologies, on track and getting ready to go. Lights out, we are racing for 8 laps here in Heat 3 of WA Combined Medium. And getting underway, it's Zach Needham leading things out once again. This time, Tom Boucher gets the kind of race start that he would have wanted 2 heats ago. The number 18, Flat Out Karts Rotax-powered Arrow X5. He leads Jay Bunton in the Tony kart to try and push up through the field. Braden Barra gets dropped off to P4 in the early stages. The whole field getting bunched up further behind, down towards the back end of the field, but it's these top 3 getting away early. Barra there in P4, trying to race away from the rest of the field in the early stages here. It's 8 laps on the board for Heat 3. Needham leading the way down the Arise Racing main straight. Boucher in hot pursuit, trying to chase him down. A pair of Rotaxes for Boucher and for Zach Needham continues to lead the way, but the fight is on for third. Braden Barra getting up the inside of Jay Bunton and fighting his way into the third spot here is Tom Boucher up the inside of Needham at Hell's Corner. The Rotax puts his nose cone out front for the first time today here in WA Combined Medium. And Tom Boucher leads the way from Needham in second with the KA. And Braden Barra in third with the KA. The next Rotax back, Jay Bunton back there to P4 now. As Braden Barra had the hot lap of the race a moment ago in the Performance Kart Centre Arrow machine. A 52.63 for Barra. He's a young man on a mission trying to drive forward in this field. We'll see if he can put some pressure on Needham and push the KA engines up towards putting some pressure on Tom Boucher out front. A 52.19 that time by for Barra. He's definitely on fire out there as Boucher puts in a 52.4. It was a 52.8 for Needham, who's now getting monstered by Braden Barra, who was not close enough to get a move done in Hell's Corner. Behind him, Jay Bunton in the 4-spot. Carlos Del Toro in P5. Brad Ashling in P6. Julio Salvador in P7. Josh Dillio in the 8 spot. Taylor Campbell P9. Marty King in P10. With a stellar 23 kart field here for WA Medium Combined, brought to you by BGW Technologies. Tom Boucher leads down the Arise Racing main straight at the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go. The Rotax power to a new fast lap of the race, 51.7. With the Flat Out Karts Arrow X5 chassis. We'll go back to the battle here. Bunton and Del Toro fighting it out for 4th and 5th down towards Hell's Corner. Last time across the line, Del Toro a little bit quicker, 51.7. He's matching pace with Tom Boucher. The X30 power matching pace with your race leader. Just struggling a little bit in the early stages. Might be down to tyre temp. We're finding the groove with traffic. But Del Toro pouring on the pressure onto the back of Jay Bunton. And it's good to see the different mix of engines working in different areas on the track here at Wanneroo International Raceway. And Del Toro sails one up the inside of Jay Bunton up at the Thunderdome, looks over his shoulder, and has already dispatched Bunton by a couple of kart lengths as they come down towards Hell's Corner. Now we'll see if Carlos has some real kart speed and can drive up onto the back of the battle for 3rd here. As Boucher leads away, Needham in 2nd. Braden Barra in the 3rd spot here. Trying to put some pressure forward as we gather up these 3 heading across the top end of the track. Boucher, Needham and Barra. With the final chicanes, it was 3 laps to go last time by. This time we'll make it 2 to go. And Tom Boucher checks over his shoulder on Zach Needham, 2.5 tenths of a second. Julio Salvador setting hot lap of the race at 51.3, but he's all the way down in P6, a long way off this fight. He's just slowly creeping up onto the back of the battle between Del Toro and Bunton at the moment. The number 2 Marinello Kart Australia entry, creeping up to try and put a fight on to get inside the top 5. But it's this battle out front we want to watch. It's Boucher and Needham dispatching a Barra by a couple of kart lengths over the last lap or so. As they come through the final chicanes, Tom Boucher leads the way as we get ready to embark on the final lap. 1 to go. 1 lap remaining here for Tom Boucher. Could be the first time he puts the Rotags on the top step today here in the heat race. Zach Needham with a pair of heat wins sitting back there in 2nd. Will have good points heading into a decent starting position in the final. But Tom wants to click off every finishing position in the top 3 before he heads into the final today. He was 3rd in race 1, 2nd in race 2, and on his way to taking a win here in race 3 for WA combined medium class with the Rotax powered Arrow X5 for Flat Out Karts as he leads away across the top end from Needham in 2nd. They're dropped off Barra in the 3rd spot. The fight for 4th is still on with Del Toro and Julio Salvador, but Tom Boucher takes the win here in WA combined medium heat 3. Zach Needham home for 2nd. Braden Barra in 3rd. Carlos Del Toro survives for P4. And Julio Salvador rounds out your top 5 in WA combined medium, brought to you by BGW Technologies. Bunbury Kartworks presents Cadet 9s out and ready to do battle for Heat 3 of the day here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts for Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. Race 1 fell the way of Diego Stewart from Connor Mayer and Julian Barbas. Race 2, however, was a bit wild. On the opening laps, Connor Mayer ended up with the win from Julian by just a couple of tenths of a second. Diego recovered back to third after some opening laps shenanigans. We'll watch the lights to go out and send us racing for 8 laps on the board here in Cadet 9's Heat 3. Diego Stewart going all the way around the outside to claim the lead up towards Thunderdome for the first time. And Connor Mayer slotting into second there. Young Julian into third, Xander Edgington into P4. From Joel Blackman and Caleb McLeod down towards Hell's Corner for the opening lap, the 73 OTKWA Tony Kart of young Diego. Leading things out from Connor Mayer in the 43 flat-out karts machine. Two very quick youngsters who've stepped into karting halfway through the season here in 2020 and are looking to round out the year with a bang here in Cadet 9s. It's young Stewart leading the field across the back end of the track. In a small field of Cadet 9s, we lost 4 drivers out of the class as they all stepped up into the Cadet 12s category for the last open event of the championship season here at Tiger Kart Club. but it's young Diago leading the way from Connor Mayer in second as they head up through Thunderdome. The youngsters, the first step in West Australian karting for the youngest category of drivers. This is where the future of Australian motorsport starts. And you can get involved from a very young age. Personally, I got involved at the age of 8. I think you can go racing at 7 now. And young Diago leading things out from Connor into second as they come out of the right-handers. And many of our prime senior drivers who are starring at the pointy end of their fields today all started in either Cadet 9 or Cadet 12 at a young age with a family affair. Out here with mum and dad racing on a weekend. And we hope to continue the tradition and keep the youngsters coming back and keep growing the fields. And as they get older, they'll transfer into Cadet 12 and eventually, if you like the likes of Zane Rhodes, step up into KA4 Juniors. At the last meeting, young Zane stepping out of his Cadet 12 efforts into KA4 Junior down at Bunbury City Kart Club and running in KA4 Junior at championship weight here this weekend for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. Young Diago Stewart still leading things out here from Connor Mayer as they come out of Hell's Corner through the right-handers. They're nicely bunched up though. Young Julian wants to stay in touch. Xander Edgington into the 4th spot, has a hot lap of the race at the moment, 58.415 for Xander. Joel Blackman there in P5. Caleb McLeod in the 6th spot, but it's Diago out front, 58.443, hot lap. Connor Mayer trying to stay in touch. He's on a 58.47. Julian on 58.44. Xander 58.41. Nice and closely bunched up as now Connor puts in a 57.9 and wants to close the gap onto the back of Diago. And Connor taking the win here in Heat 2. A little while ago, leading out from young Julian. Diago looking to make another heat win heading into the final. He took the win in race 1 to start things off today. And trying to stretch the legs out front. Connor Mayer hot lapping a 57.9 as we make a run towards the halfway point in just a moment. Diago Stewart leading by just under half a second last time across the line. Two to go last time across the line. Young Diago Stewart is just stretching things out. over the field. Julian holding on to second, though, as he feeds Connor Mayer back towards Xander Edgington. Young Stewart to a 57.9 hot lap of the race. And the fastest we've seen so far in Heat 3. Continues to open up the taps. 2.7 seconds clear of the field now. Young Stewart continuing to go from strength to strength in the class. Connor is a bit caught up with Julian and Xander at the moment and trying to fight it out to stay in third, maybe even put some pressure on Julian for second. As the last lap board comes out for Diago as he brings it out of the final chicanes and around a long right-hander onto the main straight. Last lap board is out. 1 to go here for Diago Stewart down the line. And Cadet 9 Heat 3 brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks. Proud supporters of West Australian karting and bringing all their spares and parts that you could possibly imagine in the truck here to Wanneroo to help you trackside, or if you need anything brought to an event, give them a call, hit them up. Nick and Andrew will be happy to help you out. As young Diago makes his way around his final lap of the race. He shortened the hot lap again a moment ago, 57.918. Just taking little bits out of it as he continues to find a bit more speed. An inch here, an inch there, gives you a couple of thousandths of a second at a time. And exploring the boundaries of what he can do with the kart. That's what it's all about here in the cadet categories, learning your racecraft and learning how to get it done before you step up and go racing with some more power. As the checkered flag flies, Diago Stewart makes it 2 race wins today so far, Heat 1 and Heat 3. And Cadet 9's brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks. Julian Barlis makes it second, Connor Mayer in third, Xander Edgington in fourth place. As Joel Blackman runs it down the line to go P5, Kevin McLeod rounding out your field in P6. On track with KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources, a leader in waste management services, resource recovery and recycling companies in Perth, servicing all across WA, delivering integrated environmental solutions to the municipal, commercial, industrial, mining and oil and gas sectors. Business managed through a metropolitan and regional-based structure with corporate centre of excellence providing all the technical, functional and non-core operation support. The structure enables the group to customise its service offerings to meet local demands while at the same time offering cross-border and cross-business solutions. That's Eco Resources supporting your KA3 Juniors. And it's the Eco Resources number 14 Cosmic Kart of Caleb Sumich, who's been the man to beat so far. 2 heat wins so far today. He starts on the pole spot alongside Sebastian Guest on the outside front row. Noah Lyle will start from P3, Thomas Lawton from 4. Alex Stefanovic from 5 and Robert West from 6 with Deckers, Makuchiel and Kaiulo and Campbell as the lights go out in seamless racing. Guesty is going to get the jump of the field this time by and lead them all the way up towards Thunderdome as we've got Robert West going all the way off through the dirt. And he goes to the back of the pack out of Thunderdome for the first time. Sebastian Guest in the 45 Duralart chassis leading the way here from Caleb Sumich as we got his brother Dylan getting turned around down at Hell's Corner and the 12 of Gabriel Belanca. Now that's a smart bit of driving from Gabriel. Rolls the kart backwards to get away from the incident of which he was innocently caught up in. And drives off like nothing ever happened. But he has lost touch with the field here as Caleb Sumich and Noah Lyle going wheel to wheel to fight it out for the race lead. Sebastian Guest getting dropped back to the 3 spot already. Alex Stefanovic in P4, Thomas Lawton in P5. As they head up towards Thunderdome once again. Sumich gets out front. He leads away as Alex Stefanovic finds his way around Sebastian Guest for 3rd. And Caleb Sumich leading away. Noah Lyle trying to chase him down in 2nd at the moment. But it's Stefanovic and Guest, Lawton and Deckers, then Kaiulo, James Buchan, James Makuchiel and Luke Fraser. Bit of a wild opening couple of laps here for KA3 Junior here in Heat 3, but it's Caleb Sumich breaking away from the field. Trying to do a runner on Noah Lyle as they come onto the Arise Racing main straight. 2 laps down, 6 to go. Sumich checks over his shoulder over the rest of the field and checks out a 2.610 to the second advantage. He holds over Noah Lyle up towards Thunderdome, and the whole field is spread out by pretty even margins as they come on down towards Hell's Corner and feed on through the long left-hander. James Makuchiel setting a fast lap of the race, racing one of Braden Bowers' Arrow chassis down to a 50.904 for the youngster in the Makuchiel Engineering and Performance Kart Centre entry. He's down to P9 and trying to push forward through the field. He's got Jack Kaiulo next in line for him and Aiden Deckers a little bit further up the road. But he has just dropped off James Buchan a moment ago and moved himself up. So he's actually up into P8 on the road as we pick up Caleb Sumich down the Arise Racing main straight. 5 laps to go. 3 completed here for Eco Resources KA3 Junior. Up towards Thunderdome once again. Noah Lyle's just staying in touch at the moment. The youngster in the Flat Out Karts and Arise Racing Parallel chassis, currently running in the 2nd place, trying to find a way to close the gap onto the back of Sumich. And you can see a bit of a difference in their driving styles. Sumich much tighter into Hell's Corner. Noah Lyle just letting the kart unwind a little bit on the way in, opening up his corner entry, and that allows him to try and maximise the speed. But Sumich is really doing a great job of maintaining kart speed while driving a relatively tight line out there in the Eco Resources Cosmic Kart. As I say that though, Lyle has managed to close the gap and start to put the squeeze on a little bit as they come onto the Arise Racing main straight. We're at the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go for KA3 Junior. Noah looking low through the Thunderdome, trying to see if he can fake out Sumich and slow him down a little bit. Cost your rival a bit of momentum and you can really pounce on him as the battle is on for 3rd. Guesty up the inside, tags the back of Stefanovic and gets checked up, loses 2 spots. And misses out. Stefanovic goes through to 3rd. Thomas Lawton in P4, Aiden Deckers in P5. And Guesty dropping back another 2 spots as a result of that. So now young Alex Stefanovic having a good run of this so far. He was 3rd in race 1, didn't make a top 3 appearance in race 2, but on track to try and secure it here in race 3 of the day with 5 down, 3 to go down the Arise Racing main straight. With the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts 2020 at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. It's so great to be back at Wanneroo and racing away. A 50.2 for Caleb Sumich as a hot lap of the race so far. He's trying to stretch things out as we continue following along. 4th and 5th of Lawton and Deckers in the TuneTech Auto Service Centre WA champ for OTKWA. The Tony Kart of young Lawton really hasn't had a measure of the field on the last couple of events. Has been there but never stellar and not at the very pointy end. Caleb Sumich has had a measure on the rest of them the last couple of events here in Western Australia. As he checks over his shoulder on Noah Lyle coming down the Arise Racing main straight. 2 laps to go. Noah Lyle just seems to be setting himself up nicely for a run at Sumich on the final lap here. Oh, grab up the curb at Thunderdome. Might have just undone a lot of that hard work though. As he's given away a bit of that momentum to Sumich. Lyle put in the fastest lap of the race a moment ago, a 50.17. Last time across the line before undoing all his hard work. He got down to 2.2 tenths of a second off the back of Sumich out front. And I don't think he's going to have enough time to try and counter back that gap as we're down to just over a lap to go. Sumich through the final set of chicanes on his way to making it 3 from 3. Down the Arise Racing main straight. 1 to go. The last lap is here for KA3 Junior Heat 3, brought to you by Eco Resources. Sumich down towards Hell's Corner for the final time here in Heat 3 is a big move from Deckers. Gets it done on Thomas Lawton deeper back. That's for P4. Puts Lawton down to P5. But it's this young man on screen, Caleb Sumich. Unflappable out front. He uses the opening couple of laps to gauge the rest of the field and then drives away. And keeps a level head on his shoulders as he drives through the top end of the circuit into the triple. Right, left, right. And the long right-hander onto the main straightaway for the final time. The checkered flag will fly. Sumich wins Heat 3 of KA3 Junior. Noah Lyle home in 2nd. Alex Stefanovic in 3rd. Aiden Deckers in 4th. And Thomas Lawton making it your top 5. James McCucci-Allen ends up P6 out of that one. Jake Carulo in the 7th. Ethan Traeger in 8th. Sebastian Guest ended up P9 after all of that. Robert West in P10 after dropping a wheel early on. James Buchan got shuffled back into P11. Gabriel Belanca into P12. And unfortunately we lost Dylan Guest, Mitch Campbell and Luke Fraser out of contention. And that was Heat 3 for KA3 Junior. Brought to you by Eco Resources here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. Tag 125 Light, backed up by Mirrabooka and Nollamara Car Transport, along with Tag 125 Heavy for Integrated Products getting set to go here. Heat 3 on the board, and it's Shay Thompson has been in control of the proceedings so far today, leading the field up towards Thunderdome for the first time. Thompson leads Liam Kane in second as they head up into Thunderdome. Lap number 1, Flynn Thompson into the third spot here, Isaac McLean in 4. Stephen Scoble with that big off in Heat 2 earlier today. He slots into P5 on the opening lap as Ryan Nicholson gets a big one, and Declan Blaine was never going to make the corner. Down at Hells, completely misses it and rejoins just in front of the Tag 125 heavy field being led by Ryan Barron. But it's Shay Thompson leading the way from Liam Kane, and now Flynn Thompson into the third spot from McLean and Scoble. Not sure what went wrong for Stephen Scoble during Heat 2 earlier. Have to get out into the pits and find out. But down the line on the Orion's Racing main straight, Shay Thompson leads the way up towards Thunderdome once again. He's stretched out the legs in the opening heat so far today and pretty much had it all his way. Liam Kane has had 2 seconds in the heat races so far, and at the moment looks like he can't quite challenge onto the back of Thompson. The second of the Thompsons is Flynn in the third spot at the moment from Isaac McLean in the 33 Formula K kart in P4. Stephen Scoble will be one to watch here after he claimed himself a third in race 1 for the DNF in race 2 as he's closing up onto the back of McLean across the top end of the track. We watch this battle here between McLean and Scoble through the chicanes and winding their way around onto the Arise Racing main straightaway. 2 laps to go, 2 laps down, 6 to go. Here in Tag 125 Light for Mirrabooka and Nollamara Car Transport. In the 125 Heavies, Ryan Barron has succumbed to the pressure from Deckers and is losing out. Richard Deckers leads the way in the number 33 Flora Plant KF kart. From Barron back in second. J10 Brooker in the third spot. As they're using Declan Blaine as a bit of a pacemaker at the moment. Shay Thompson is the fastest on track in 125 Lights with a 49.155. We follow along with Scoble, trying to put some pressure on McLean for 4th. Ash Morrissey behind them a little bit. And Ryan Nicholson a little bit further back, rounding out their field here, the 7th spot. Of course, Declan Blaine is a little further back in P8. After that big lose on the opening lap, he tried to go up the inside of that, all 6 karts ahead of him, and unfortunately ran out of room at the end of the straight before Hell's Corner. But it's Shay Thompson stretching the gap. Look at Scoble putting the pressure on McLean. As they come down towards Hell's, he pulls out for a bit of a look. Morrissey decides he's going to have a crack at it because Scoble didn't have a go. And Ash Morrissey fires one up the inside of Scopes and puts him down a spot. So Morrissey, after having 2 absolutely shocking heat races, is on his way to try and put some pressure on Isaac McLean now in the 33 Formula K kart for attested pressure services. As they come across the top end of the track, we watch the battle here. Scoble and Nicholson fighting it out as they wind their way around onto the Arise Racing main straight. Halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go in Tag 125 Light. And 125 Heavy backing up with Richard Deckers leading Ryan Barron and J10 Brooker. 2 laps to go, last time across the line as Shea Thompson continues to stretch the legs over Liam Kane in second. Flynn Thompson into the 3rd spot. Ash Morrissey surviving P4 from Isaac McLean and Stephen Scoble. It's relatively unchanged since about lap 2 in this Heat 3 for Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Mirrabooka and Nollamara Car Transport. 125 Heavy brought to you by Integrated Products. Shea Thompson hot lapping the field, a 48.441. He's got plenty of pace out there. Stretching things out by little bits to a 1.1 second advantage over the top of Liam Kane as Thompson brings it around onto the main straightaway. 1 to go. The final lap is here for Heat 3 of 125 Light. Meanwhile in the headies, Richard Deckers leads out from Ryan Barron as they work their way onto the Arise Racing main straight for the second and final time and start their final tour of the circuit. Following Thompson across the top end of the racetrack. Leading things out, and he's going to make it 3 out of 3 in the heats as he brings it around the final right-hander. And down the main straightaway, Shea Thompson claims his 3rd win today in 125 Light from Liam Kane in 2nd, Flynn Thompson in 3rd, Ash Morrissey 4th, Isaac McLean rounding out your top 5. And Richard Deckers will claim the win in 125 Heavies over Ryan Barron in 2nd, and J10 Brooker rounding out the 3 for 125 Heavies. That's Tag 125 Light for Mirrabooka and Nollamara Car Transport, and 125 Heavy for Integrated Products. Done and dusted here in Heat 3 at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts for 2020. Cadet 12 for attested pressure services due to come out on next. We'll take a very short moment. We'll be back with Cadet 12 for Heat 3. Pressure Services coming on out for Heat 3. 8 laps is going to be the distance to go, and Nicholas Stardy is going to be the man to beat. He's proven to be able to survive for 8 laps in the first 2 heats so far. But where is he? Lining up on the starting grid. You're looking for Nick Stardy. So Nick Stardy, a late joiner. They're struggling to get the kart started on the out grid there. Completely missed that from Nick. And I'm not sure what's the situation and the way the rules transpire, whether they're going to have him join the field. who's due to start alongside Connor Radford on the front row. Nash Ferraro and Chase Wildman on row 2. Benjamin Hall and Chase Webb on row 3. Sachin Smithway and Toby Maiolo on row 4 from Orlando Piavitas and Cooper Lyle on row 5. William Kelsick-Chen and Campbell Thompson on row 6 from Ethan Rowitz and Ashton Sprague on row 7. Jet McDonald will join Lucas Kelsick-Chen on row 8 from Bailey Riordan and Ryan Warner on row 9. Flynn Booker and Orlando Ricciardello in the 10th row. And Graham Benatti will line up on P21 as the field is set. And it looks like Nick Starney is going to have to do it from the rear. A 1 being shown up for the drivers will mean they will go around once more before we get going for a race start. 8 laps on the board here for Heat 3 of Cadet 12s. As the 34 of Flynn Booker just trying to catch up to the back of the pack to get everyone joined up and ready to go racing in just a moment. Cadet 12's the second step out of the beginners for Cadet 9s. And we've got a few new drivers joining us today in their first open meeting in Cadet 12s since stepping out of the 9s category. The likes of Chase Webb, Campbell Thompson, William and Lucas Kelsick-Chen. Once you step up, you can't go back down as the youngsters get older and progress through the ranks. And it's good to see. And they're following in the footsteps in the likes of young Connor Radford, who stepped up into Cadet 12s about a year ago. The same said for Chase Wildman. He's been in the category for a little while now. And Snatch and Smithway moved up a year or two ago here in West Australian karting. And it'll be a certain amount of time before they'll step up into juniors and follow in the footsteps in the likes of young Zane Rhodes, our recent progressor into the junior ranks, and Zane moving up into KA4 as we get set to go. Cadet 12's 8 laps on the board for Heat 3. Lights out and racing, and a vacant P1 spot means Nick Starney is going to have a lot of work to do over the course of the next 8 laps, and it's one driver getting off the track. I think Flynn Booker, unfortunately, off in the dirt, off at turn 1. And how about this? Connor Radford from the front row gets monstered by the field, and Nash Ferraro finds himself at the pointy end. Chase Wildman on a big move up the inside. They're going to go side by side through Hell's Corner, and Ferraro hangs on. Wildman into second. Chase Webb into third. Connor Radford up the inside through the triple right-hander. He goes to third now. Webb to 4. Sachin Smithway to P5. And Toby Maiolo into P6 at the moment as Sachin Smithway grabs a bit of the curb, trying to find a way up the inside of young Chase Webb as they cycle all the way through. It's young Cooper Lyle behind Maiolo at the moment as they wind their way around. Benjamin Hall behind Cooper Lyle, and then Orlando Piavitas in the Energy Course chassis for Orlando Phoenix Racing. That's 9th place. Campbell Thompson in the 51 KF kart rounding out your top 10 as they head up towards Thunderdome for the second time. The WA champ, Nash Ferraro, leading the way down towards Hell's Corner from Wildman and Radford. Radford going to look up the inside of Wildman this time by. Do to Wildman what he had on Ferraro a lap ago, but he hangs onto it as well. Connor Radford goes to the second spot, now getting the elbows out and charging forward through the field. Sachin Smithway back there in the 4 spot behind them. Chase Webb has been dropped off into P5. Toby Maiolo P6, Cooper Lyle P7, Benjamin Hall in the 8 from Orlando Piavitas and Campbell Thompson. Now Nicholas Starney splits Orlando and Campbell and bumps himself into the top 10. Not bad after starting 21st on the grid, failing to make the grid before they hit the formation line. It's young Nash. Young Nash Ferraro leading the way. And the number 16 Pinjarra Bakery OTK kart. Connor Radford sneaking up onto the back of him though, trying to put the pressure on. Radford looks to the inside at the top end hairpin as we watch Nick Starney working his way through Benjamin Hall and Orlando Piavita, starting to pick him off coming from the back of the grid here. Nick wants to charge forward and see if he can consolidate some decent points to start in the first couple of rows for the final. A pair of wins in the first 2 heats Won't count for much if he finds himself on the side of the racetrack here in Heat 3 though. 3 laps completed, 5 to go. This is a battle for the lead. Nash Ferraro and Connor Radford up into Thunderdome, riding the inside curve all the way around. Ferraro just looking around a little bit to try and find the back of where Radford is as he looks to the inside. Ferraro covers him off into Hell's Corner. Sachin Smith way back there in third. Chase Wildman, the 77, Sabre Real Estate. Tony Cart back there in the 4th spot from Toby Maiolo in P5. Chase Webb in 6. Nick Stardy working his way up into P7 now. From 21st on the grid, having a monster drive. He's got a bit of work to do to close the gap onto the back of Webb and Maiolo. For 5th and 6th on the road. His young Nash Ferraro still leads the way at the moment. This kid finds himself at the pointy end of the racetrack. Every weekend they go with his family. And up to Wanneroo this weekend for the Carnival of Karts. Connor Radford fires it to the inside down the main straight. Now Radford to the lead. He takes a low line through Thunderdome, and Ferraro's going to lose another spot here. Sachin Smith way buys himself into that fight for the race lead. Who's going to go for the move down in Hell's Corner? Sachin Smith way pulls out, but Radford covers him off, and that's going to slow all 3 of them down. And Chase Wildman is going to start to creep up onto the back of this group and put on a 4-kart fight for the race lead. Toby Maiolo is miles off that battle and would be wishing he could be involved in it as well. He's got his Energy Course chassis teammate Nick Stardy starting to creep up onto the back of him as we're riding our way through the laps. And Connor Radford working his way through the long right-hander onto the Arise Racing main straight. Sachin Smith way has a look around with his head on a swivel looking for Nash. With 3 laps to go, Connor Radford leads from Sachin Smith way. Nash Ferraro in the 3rd spot. Chase Wildman P4. Nicholas Stardy from 21st to 5th so far. Toby Maiolo in 6th. Chase Webb in 7th. And Benjamin Hall, Orlando Piavitas and Campbell Thompson, your top 10. Followed by Cooper Lyle, William Kalsick Chen, Jet McDonald, Bailey Riordan and Lucas Kalsick Chen rounding out your top 15. Ethan Rowitz, Graham Bernard and Orlando Ricciardello rounding out your 18. Ashton Sprague in 19 and no laps from Ryan Warner or Flynn Booker, both having a DNF so far. As we pick up the battle for the lead still. Charging across the top end. We're following on screen at the moment Nick Stardy working his way through. He's up to P5 from 21st on the grid. But it looks like the battles have all simmered down to nothing. With 2 laps to go last time across the line. Sachin Smith way setting fast laps here. He just sets a new hot lap of the race. A 56-1, putting pressure on Connor Radford down to Hells. Watch for a move, and they're going to fake each other out. Radford holds his line, though, and Sachin doesn't even pull out to try and make a dive. So he's holding off, and he's going to have a think about it on the final lap, I'd say, for Sachin Smith way, putting pressure on Connor Radford as they head up into the top end of the circuit. The Sam Dicker Motorsports and Flat Out Karts number 28 entry of Sachin sets the hot lap of the race a moment ago. 56-111. Creeping up and lurking all over the rear bumper of Connor Radford. We're going to have a new winner today here in Heat 3 as Nick Stardy claimed the first 2 races. Won't be able to repick that effort here in Heat 3. Up towards Thunderdome as it's the last lap of the race for Heat 3 of Cadet 12, brought to you by Attested Pressure Services. And Connor Radford has managed to actually build himself a buffer. So a smart piece of driving here from Connor. The best defense is a good offense. And he holds a couple of karts of gap over Sachin. Nash Ferraro is right there as well. As they head into the top end of the circuit. Radford, Smith, Way and Ferraro, 1, 2 and 3 on the road. Looks like there's not much in it though, and Connor Radford might hold out to claim a win here in Heat 3 of Cadet 12. Through the chicanes for the final time, and down towards the Arise Racing main straight, Connor Radford brings it down the line to claim the win in Heat 3 of Cadet 12 for Attested Pressure Services, and he's a happy young fella. Sachin Smith way home in 2nd, Nash Ferraro in 3rd, Chase Wildman 4th, Nicholas Stardy. That's a stellar little drive there. 21st on the grid to P5 in 8 laps for Cadet 12s. Benjamin Hall comes home for P6. Checking out our results screen. Toby Mayolo P7, Chase Webb in P8, Orlando Piavitas P9, and Cooper Lyle makes it P10. And Bailey Reardon, Jet McDonald in 12, Campbell Thompson 13, William and Lucas Kaslik Chen 14 and 15. Ethan Rowitz, Orlando Ricciardello, Graham Bernard, and Ashton Sprague. The remaining order. And that is Cadet 12, Heat 3 for attested pressure services. Done and dusted here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts KA4 Junior at championship weight for Vulcan Panel and Paint, due to come on out next as we continue on. Getting closer and closer to finals time to wrap up the day and find out who's going to be your Carnival of Karts champions for 2020 here at Wanneroo International Raceway. KA4 Junior at championship weight, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint, proud supporters of West Australian karting and bringing the sponsorship to multiple events here. Vulcan Panel and Paint since 1998, a family owned and operated business specialising in high quality auto body repairs, smash repairs, custom modifications, restorations and all aspects of panel and paint. No job too big or small, so hit him up. Vulcan Panel and Paint, proud supporters of our KA4 Junior at championship weight this weekend for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. And James McCucci Allen and Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer are going to close out the front row of the grid here from Noah Lyle and James Buchan on row 2. Riley Watkins and Aidan Deckers on row 3 from Zane Rhodes and Kay Davey on row 4. Sebastian and Dylan Guest on row 5 from Connor Payne and Jack Parham. Luke Fraser and Reef Went, Lockie Adams and Mitchell Campbell, Harrison Berres and Joel Wheeler. Crystal McClurg and Kai Roggio from Matthias Harrison, Kyron Blinko and Nathan Lee. Your full 23 kart starting grid as the lights go out and send us racing. 8 laps on the board for KA4 Junior. And it's a wild one. Deckers off the road into the dirt. Young Parham off the road as well. And another one straight on into the dirt at turn 1, but James McCucci-Allen will lead the field away, and there's a big par-up coming out of Thunderdome. Only about the first 12 karts have got through. We've got about 6 or 7 karts all stuck on each other down there at Thunderdome, and Jack Parham goes all the way around them in the dirt. Young Jack always finds himself a unique way of getting around the track here in the 97 Energy Course kart. But it's James McCucci-Allen. Your early leader, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, finding himself with a clean nose in the second at the moment. Noah Lyle in third. And it looks like James Buchan in P4. Riley Watkins into P5 as they bring it around. So Watkins into P4, it looks like, actually. James Buchan in P6. It's Zane Rhodes in P5 as they come down the Arise Racing main straight for the end of lap number 1. James McCucci-Allen leading things out here in the Gumtree go-kart they purchased a few days prior to the final round of the Gold Star Series. And it's proved to be quite the package as well. Leading things out from young Jacko in the 88 All Good Racing Karts and Parts, and Kip Foster's Kart Force entry. Young Noah Lyle, the Arise Racing, the Flat Out Karts, Arrow Machine back there in third. Riley Watkins, the Wastegate, the youngster from Exmouth for MG Kalis Seafood, back there in P4. He's lost a couple of kart lengths off this battle for the top 3 at the moment, and he's finding himself in a little bit of a no man's land as Zane Rhodes in the Malibu Boats WA and the right to drive entry for number 26. Arrow, he's back in P5 from Kay Dagan, the 75 Wickbix entry. James Buchan down to P7 now. Lockie Adams, Dylan Guest and Joel Wheeler rounding out your top 10. But it's McCucci-Allen, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer and Noah Lyle. 1, 2 and 3 down the Lyle into Hells. Shaping up to be a great little battle here as we follow along at the moment with Guest and Adams on the way into the right-handers. McCucci-Allen up into the top end of the racetrack from Mitchell-Rosenauer, Lyle, and now Watkins is starting to close up onto the back of this group. Noah Lyle set the hot lap of the race a moment ago as they make their way through the chicanes and around the long right-hander onto the Arise Racing main straight. McCucci-Allen engineering number 41, Arrow, continues to lead. 3 laps down, 5 to go. Riley Watkins with the new fast lap of the race now. 54.965 for the Wastegate in the number 6 Flat Out Karts entry. And they make the run down the hill towards Hell's Corner. Approaching the halfway point very soon. And no one's been able to really close up enough onto the back of McCucci-Allen or into Mitchell-Rosenauer to put the pressure on under brakes. Vulcan Panel and Paint bring you KA4 Junior. It's cool to see championship weight being used this weekend for the Carnival of Karts. We bring a couple of drivers who wouldn't quite be able to make lightweight and usually want to campaign in heavies. Everyone comes together under championship weight here today. And it's James McCucci-Allen who has a measure of the field right now. 2 wins from 2 starts on paper, but there have been very wild races between himself and Noah Lyle in both heat races. But this time he leads out from Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer as they come down the hill out of Thunderdome. That's a great shot from the top of Thunderdome, looking down across the track here at Wanneroo International Raceway. As we hit the halfway point a moment ago, these 3 continuing to stretch away. Riley Watkins just a little bit further behind, but Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, he reset the fast lap of the race a moment ago of 54.623. It's a 6.98 for McCucci-Allen, 7.70 for Lyle, 7.69 for Watkins. Nothing between your top 3 on time at the moment. You could throw a proverbial blanket over the top 3. As we bring it around the long right-hander onto the Arise Racing main straight. McCucci-Allen up towards Thunderdome. He's maintaining that kart length of buffer he needs over Mitchell-Rosenauer in the 88 KF kart in second at the moment. He'll be happy to maintain that one, but I get the feeling that they're all kind of shaking things up and getting ready for a last lap dash. There was 3 to go last time across the line for KA4 Junior, brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. just over a lap to go. As we follow along, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer now starting to come under pressure from Noah Lyle back there in third as they head across the top end of the track through the final corners. Last lap board out to collect James McCucci-Allen as he comes down the Arise Racing main straight. He's built himself a 4/10 of a second advantage over Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer in second. As they come down out of Thunderdome. On their final lap here in Heat 3 for KA4 Junior, McCucci-Allen has enough in hand. Rosenauer just running himself a little bit tight under brakes into Hell's Corner and giving away some time to Noah Lyle. But it looks like your top three are so evenly matched, the gaps aren't going to close on up. And they'll stay where they are. James McCucci-Allen leading from Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, Noah Lyle in third, Riley Watkins in four. Zane Rhodes having a good run here in P5 from Buchan, Guest, Davey, Adams and Wheeler. Rounding out your top 10. There's a checkered flag. It's coming on out. As James McCucci-Allen makes it 3 from 3 here in KA4 Junior. And he wins the third tilt for today. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer with the fastest lap of the race right at the end of 54.299. He comes home for second. Noah Lyle comes home for third. Riley Watkins in fourth. And Zane Rhodes rounds out your top 5 here in KA4 Junior. And wraps up what's been a bit of a scrappy one for retirements. Quite a few drivers parked up on the sidelines and watching on. But that's your full results. McCucci-Allen from Mitchell-Rosenauer and Lyle in third. Watkins fourth and Zane Rhodes rounds out your top 5 here in Heat 3 for KA4 Junior. Brought to you by Vulcan Panel and Paint. No start that time around for WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering, your MSCL piping specialists. Find them in Maddington. You can find them on Facebook and online. That's OJG Engineering, proud supporters of West Australian karting and bringing you the WA Combined Light category this weekend for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. And we do things a bit differently here at the Carnival of Karts compared to our regular scheduled programming here in West Australian karting. With the reintroduction of using WA combined classes at an open event, brings an interesting new take to how we go racing between our 125 restricted and KA3 senior categories. And personal opinions and parity discussions aside, it's great to see big fields come out for our combined classes that brings different strengths and weaknesses of the three different most common engine combinations between the Rotax Evos, the IAME X30s and the IAME KA100s, depending on the different weight breaks and how they use the power in different parts of the track. As the field is given one more time to go around before we go for a start. Ryan Nicholson and Michael Jones will start on the front row from Lucas Gaelic and Bailey Reynolds-Stephen into the second row. Richard Reynolds and Luke Woodham into the third row from Trent Mann and Liam Kane on row 4. Daniel Sprague and Jaden Hyde on row 5 from Tristan McLaughlin and Darcy Meredith on row 6. Mason Fraser, we're due to start Always Lonesome P13 on the 7th row. Set to go, lights out. WA Combined Light Heat 3 for OJG Engineering, Ryan Nicholson. Ryan Nicholson getting out front. Michael Jones in the second, Lucas Gaelic in third. Liam Kane finds himself up to P4 past the 45 of Richard Reynolds. As the 20 of Bailey Reynolds-Stephen going down the order pretty harsh. But it's Ryan Nicholson, the 75 KF kart, out front from Michael Jones in the flat-out karts. Arrow X5 chassis as Trent Mann has gone off the road there at the left-hand hairpin in the 27 comp kart. But down the Arise Racing main straight, Ryan Nicholson stretches things out here. Six laps to go on the board. Ryan Nicholson leading things out as we follow the field down towards Hell's Corner. Bailey Reynolds-Stephen really had a shocker on the opening lap. He's all the way down in P9 behind Darcy Benitez. He started a long way further up the field. And he's having a hard time of it here in Heat 3, but it's Ryan Nicholson out front. We follow the battle here. Lucas Gaelic and Liam Kane going at it across the back straight, and a bit of hand signals going on between the two, having a discussion about who wants third. Up into the Thunderdome. We follow Liam Kane, who's found himself around Lucas Gaelic for third. And the number 6 Coley Auto Mechanics KF kart has now got a bit of a margin to try and chase down Ryan Nicholson and Michael Jones in a class that is basically KA3 today. WA Combined Light due to be using a combination of all three different engine types you can use, but it's fairly well dominated by the IAME KA engine here today. And it's Ryan Nicholson making the most of it out front of 50.8 over Michael Jones in second, 51.086. Liam Kane third with a 51.5. As they come up, 4 laps to go for your leaders as they come on down the line. Ryan Nicholson leads out by 8.5 tenths of a second. Back to Michael Jones in second, another 1.3 further back to Liam Kane in third. Lucas Gaelic in P4. Mason Fraser, P5. And Daniel Sprague rounding out P6. Richard Reynolds in P7 from Darcy Benitez and Bailey Reynolds-Steven in 8 and 9. Luke Woodham rounding out your 10. Jaden Hyde in 11. Tristan McLaughlin rounding out 12. And Trenna Mann in the 13th spot. Last lap board out to collect Ryan Nicholson as he goes down the line. Michael Jones still in second. Liam Kane setting hot laps of the race here to a 50.1 and trying to close the gap down. He got within 6.5 tenths of a second of Jonesy last time across, but Nicholson just in control of the class here in WA Combined Light. One to go as they all came across the line last time through. Ryan Nicholson not too far from home now and making it 3 out of 3 here in WA Combined Light. He tries to stretch the legs across the back straight for the final time. Liam Kane has been closing the gap, but not going to get close enough to Jonesy to challenge for second. So the checkered flag will fly. Ryan Nicholson with the win here in WA Combined Light Heat 3. Michael Jones into second. Liam Kane has a good drive to third. Mason Fraser from the back of the field comes home in P4. Lucas Gaelic in P5. Daniel Sprague in P6. Bailey Reynolds-Steven in the 7th spot. Richard Reynolds comes home in P8. Jaden Hyde in P9. Trenna Mann home in P10. Tristan McLaughlin in the 11th spot. Luke Woodham in the 12th. And Darcy Benitez rounding out your 13 kart field. That was WA Combined Light, brought to you by OJG Engineering. Wrapped up for Heat 3 with WA Combined Heavy. Coming up next in just a moment. Beautiful shots across Wanneroo International Raceway as we continue on through the day for the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. If you're joining us live online, I hope you're enjoying the show. It's a bit of a short, sharp one, and we powered through all the racing here at Wanneroo International Raceway, but we want to get things done as we progress through. The finals will be longer, and things will be a bit more drawn out once we proceed into the evening. It's currently 4 p.m. locally here at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway as we start to get set for WA Combined Heavy. And it's Mark Redman and Lachlan Harvey on the front row of the grid. Aaron Chivers and Lee Bujos due to be starting on the second row, but Lee looks to be a little bit out of sorts. He's a little bit further back. Adam Gandossi on the second row here. Craig Ryan and Lee Bujos on the third row as we are set to go. Lights out and racing. Redman leading the field through turn one. Is going to go side by side with Harvey all the way up into the Thunderdome. Redman muscling down to the inside, trying to get through. As they come on down out of Thunderdome, Redman makes it happen. Harvey gets dropped to the third spot. Aaron Chivers into second. Adam Gandossi was taking no prisoner down into the Hell's Corner then and forces the issue up on the inside of Harvey. Gandossi goes through for third. Harvey from the front row to fourth. Craig Ryan into P5. Lee Bujos gets shuffled back a couple of spots as Nathan Medham goes to P6. Bujos down to the 7. And Aaron Chivers wants a piece of Mark Redman. He says, I don't want to get beat by the POM today. Redman leading the way on the opening lap. But Aaron Chivers into the second spot, trying to chase him down and open up a gap over the rest of the field. He pulls out to try and pass him down the Arise Racing main straight, but checks up on the pinch off of the corner and gives away about 4 kart lengths on the way up towards Thunderdome. It's good you can actually recover a bit of time under brakes on Thunderdome if you're slow up the straight. Redman leading the way over Shivers in the 2 spot. Gandossi, then Harvey, then Ryan, then Medham, Strawn, Bujos. And Dean McCallum, Brad Smith, Ty Starr, Josh Hunt, Ben Harvey, Tony Booker and Brett Hume. But out front, Mark Redman and Aaron Chivers going to do battle here as they fight it out for the WA Combined Heavy Honours. The Rotax Power doing work for these boys out front. Lachlan Harvey had the pace earlier on in the day, but these boys have found something with the Rotaxes that gives them a bit of an advantage now. And the great thing in WA Combined is they're being backed up by the X30 of Adam Gandossi. In the first of the KA engines, which were thought to have been one of the better advantage engines here at Wanneroo International Raceway. Finding himself in 4th place, Lachlan Harvey. Is now Adam Gandossi buying his way into the fight. He's up to 3rd and putting pressure on the Rotax boys out front. We are 2 laps down, 6 to go. Last time across the line. And Adam Gandossi with a hot lap of the race, 52.498. Half a second faster than your leaders last time across the line. That is a huge margin to be making up. Down the Arise Racing main straight. Chivers pushing Redman all the way up the straight. And he's going to push him all the way up the hill. Redman dives to the inside to cover off. Gandossi wants a piece of Chivers though. And they bump and grind, bashing bumpers and side pods. Chivers ain't happy about it either. Throws a hand up in the air. And he's going to try and close the gap to Redman again. Gandossi's being fed back into the bumper of Lachlan Harvey now. Craig Ryan having a good run here. The 34 Formula K kart of Ryan. He's P5 as they go through the triple right-hander. 5 laps to go last time across the line. Mark Redman, the number 11 Epoxy Groutworks Arrow chassis, is your leader. From Aaron Chivers in second, Adam Gandossi in third. Now Lachlan Harvey starting to set some fast laps. Down to a 52.310 from Harvey. Craig Ryan rounding out your top 5. From Medham, Strawn, Bujos, Smith and McCallan, your top 10. Down the Arise Racing main straight we go. 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway home as Chivers looks to the inside and pinches off the corner of Redman. Now leaves Redman a sitting duck. He goes to the inside. Oh, Gandossi playing a dangerous game there, diving inside and outside up at Thunderdome. And Aaron Chivers, Ernst to get to the point, has walked up the field, and Redman pinches off the bus stop and really closes up the gap and really lost out there on the back of Aaron Chivers. And now Gandossi's going to put the pressure on again. Up the inside at the top of the hill. Feeds a bumper to Redmond and pushes him out wide. Mark Redmond's going to be a big loser out of this one. He's going to go all the way to P5 after being leading at the turn of the previous lap. On our timing screen, he still shows as your race leader by 53 thousandths, but it's Aaron Chivers hopping in the seat, trying to get some lap speed out of the car. Adam Gandossi in the second, and Lachlan Harvey in the third. All three engine types, 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Chivers with the Rotax, Gandossi with an X30, Harvey with the KA100, from Craig Ryan with the KA100. The Rotax of Mark Redmond rounding out your top 5. And an X30 of Nathan Medham in P6. They bring it around. It was 3 to go last time across the line. Aaron Chivers certainly found something in the ARC karting Rotax powered machine as he powers a personal best lap a moment ago, 52.46, leading out by 8.5 tenths of a second as he comes onto the Arise Racing main straightaway. 2 laps to go for WA Combined Heavy, brought to you by OTK WA, your OTK chassis, Tony Kart, Cosmic and Fernando Alonso kart specialist and dealer here in Western Australia. Daryl Henderson and Amanda Gosey from OTK WA, rocking the Tony Kart suit as he walks around supporting a few of his customers this weekend. Aaron Chivers leads with a lap and a half left to go. Last lap forward out to collect Aaron Chivers on his way through. And we're going to go 2 wins for Aaron. In Heats 2 and Heat 3, set him up in prime position for their final to take place later this afternoon. Aaron on his way to a storming win here is out to a 1.3 second advantage over Adam Gandossi, chipping out another 2 tenths of a second on the previous lap. Back to Lachlan Harvey, who's only 4 tenths of a second further adrift in third. Craig Ryan P4, Mark Redmond in P5. Redmond was your early contender and has had a couple of seconds, but he seems to be falling off pace as the race goes on. The checkered flag out to pick him up. Aaron Chivers down the Arise Racing main straight takes a second win today. And the number 4 ARC karting entry, Adam Gandossi, comes home for second. Lachlan Harvey in third. Craig Ryan fourth, and Mark Redmond rounding out your top 5 here in WA Combined Heavy. Heat 3 brought to you by OTK WA. There's your full results as they come across the line to wrap things up. Heat 3 for WA Combined Heavy, done and dusted, brought to you by OTK WA as we get set for KZ2. Brought to you by Flora Plant. Coming up next here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts at Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway. He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. Flora Plant brings you the West Australian KZ Series here at their final round, the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. We're on for Heat 3 as they come on out and get ready to go. Tommy Shu set things alight here in Heat 2 as the wheels fell off the wagon of our podium championship contenders Tommy Sparks and Nick Middick. Another DNF for both of them in Heat 2 earlier today. Really throws things into the mix. And we'll be interested to see how things plan out. Blake Mills has locked out the championship and is your 2020 West Australian KZ Series champion. Going to be interesting. Heat 3, their format for KZ2 plays a little bit different. It's not exactly your finishing order from the previous races that puts you on the grid. It's a culmination of points. So Tommy Shu will have a little bit of work to do here. Riley Traeger is due to be starting on the pole spot alongside Blake Mills. Josh Merritt from third. Bailey Gretsch will start from P4. Jake Claridge, DJ JK will start from P5. Sam Dicker, after winning Heat 1 and being on pole this morning, a DNF in Heat 2 puts him out of P6. Tommy Shu, a DNF in Heat 1 and a win in Heat 2 puts him out of P7. Mason Harvey will start out of P5. Five-time series champ Daniel Curry will start out of P9. And I say Mason Harvey out of P8, I should say. Jaden Pierce will start out of P10. Damo Papa Sergio will start out of P11. James Mackay out of P12. Adam McKenzie will start from 13 from Courtney Goff in 14. Ryan Bender rounding out your top 15 starters alongside Scott Mackay in the 16. Then we have Belinda Sully and Daniel Sugar on the 9th row. Luke Anici and Paul Pedrotti, the two Ricardo Card boys on row 10. And Jessica Howe and Nick Middick on the 11th row. Paige Patrizzi and Daniel Clark on the 12th row. And Tommy Sparks will be your 26th starter on the grid. So the field comes on down to the Arise Racing front straight as they line things up and get set to go. It's a pair of Ricardo Karts on the front row of the grid. This is Heat 3 of KZ. KZ2 is underway. Another shocker for Riley Traeger, and he's going to get shafted through the field. Sam Dicker gets absolutely smashed through the rear bumper, and there's karts everywhere. He still had his hand up going all the way around turn 1. Melinda Sully caught up there at turn 1. Dicker is going to go to the back of the pack, and he's going to absolutely have a shocker here in Heat 3 again. From hero to zero in 3 heats of racing. Blake Mills, the number 2 Ricardo kart. For Mack Track, Patrizzi Course, Pro Drainage. And we've got a pile up there at Hell's Corner as well. And it looks like that's Ryan Bender in the 59 getting caught up there, unfortunately for Bender. But it's Blake Mills going to lead the field around the chicanes, and look at him opening up the gap early on. Down the Arise Racing front straight, he's even got the head down and working hard on it as he charges up towards Thunderdome. Millsy leads from Bailey Gretsch in second. We could see a third different race winner today here in Heat 3 and really jumble up how things are going to plan out for the day, and we have absolutely no idea how the final's going to go out tonight. Josh Merritt into the 3rd spot here. Tommy Shu up the inside of Jake Claridge for P4 down at Hell's Corner as we follow them all the way around. Millsy heading up into the top end of the circuit. He's built himself a healthy little buffer already over Bailey Gretsch in second. And then back to Josh Merritt in 3rd. Tommy Shu and Jake Claridge as they all pour through the top corner and down the short back straight before they make their run down the Arise Racing main straightaway. Blake Mills leads away at the turn of 2 laps down, 10 to go. picking them up as they head into the top end of the circuit. Bailey Gretsch is trying to close the gap to the back of Blake Mills to the tune of half a second a lap last time along. Bailey Gretsch wants to put a heat win against his name before the season is done for 2020. The 55 CRG chassis, the man has been moving forward and forward, further and further throughout the season as he checks over his shoulder back to Josh Merritt. In the third spot we follow Tommy Shu down the main straightaway. He's been climbing the order as he continues to climb through the ranks. He's up to P4 and trying to close the gap up to the back of Josh Merritt as they come pouring down out of Thunderdome. We follow the progress of the 75 VRM chassis as he tries to climb his way through the field. A DNF in Heat 1 put him a little bit further back than you would hope. But Tommy Shu, after taking the win in Heat 2, he started out at grid number 7 after Sam Dicker with the pole spot and $100 for his troubles this morning. And the Heat 1 win and a DNF in Heat 2 put him down into the 6th spot. We're down there, Rise Racing, front straight. With 8 laps still to go, quite a distance to cover remaining. Blake Mills has opened up the taps to a 48.1 and opened up the gap over Bailey Gretsch to 1.08 seconds. Josh Merritt a little bit further back there in third. Tommy Shu last time across with a 48.08. Merritt with a 47.9. It's tight to try and close up time here, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it. He's got Jake Claridge for company as we follow them all pouring into the top end of the circuit. It's rather processional at the moment, and a bit disappointing for the action we want to see out of KZ2 here at the final round of the West Australian KZ Series at Wanneroo International Raceway. As Blake Mills checks over his shoulder, 7 laps to go. Coming up the halfway point in just a moment. The Ricardo Kart and PatriziaCourse.com Mac Track and Pro Drainage entry of Blake Mills. Now with a lot less to worry about on the back of his mind. He no longer has to think about the championship game. He's going to add his name to the winners list for today's standings after it's been a while since Mills has claimed a heat race win. He's simply been clicking off those results throughout the heat races and staying consistent, while Tommy Sparks has been up and down the order with DNFs in the heat races and winning finals. We follow the battle. Further back in the field, Mason Harvey, Daniel Curry, and Damon Papa Sergio. They're fighting over 7th, 8th, and 9th as they come around onto the Arise Racing main straightaway. Pick up Jaden Pierce going underneath the timing tower. Out of Thunderdome they all come. You can see Jake Claridge is starting to close up onto the back as an issue for Damon Papa Sergio. Further back in the field, just spotting him catching a bit of trouble. We follow these battles as they come up towards the top end. Millsy, 9/10 of a second clear from Gretsch in second. Josh Merritt still holding on to third, but Tommy Shu and Jake Claridge are closing up onto the back of him now and trying to put on a bit of a fight for third. And they come down the Arise Racing main straight. 5 to go for Blake Mills. Looking to be a third different winner in heat races so far today and really mixed things up heading into their 25 laps, I think it is, for the final tonight. And that will be their final dance of the year for the West Australian KZ Series to crown their round winner at their 5th and final round. As we follow them coming out of Hell's Corner. You see this battle starting to heat up for third. Merritt, Shu and Claridge. 2 rather irregular contenders in the West Australian KZ Series. Josh Merritt in the Grand Prix kart, the BRM of Tommy Shu, and the Lenzo Luxor of Jake Claridge stepping back into the fray this weekend after a bit of time off from racing. He's rather been spinning spanners in recent times. Behind them, Riley Traeger in 6th, just looking to click off points because he is in prime position, I believe, to maybe put it on the podium for the championship following DNF results for 2 heat races in a row of Tommy Sparks and Nick Minnick. Checking on them, Minnick is 9th at the moment. Tommy Sparks is 13th with a hot lap of the race of a 46.9. Tommy Sparks with 2 race fresher tyres is lapping 0.8 of a second faster than the rest of the field at the moment. As Tommy Shu sails up the inside of Josh Merritt. Merritt fights back and goes back around, gets better drive off the corner with a 23 Grand Prix kart. Jake Claridge is in this mix as well. All three of these guys are looking to make an impact on today's running and see if they can put themselves in prime position to take a stand in the final and put on a round win tonight. 3 to go. Last time across the line, up in the Thunderdome. Merritt covering off the inside line and really checking up at the inside of the corner. This brings Riley Traeger into the fight. And Riley will have to start thinking about whether he wants to get involved or not. Sometimes conservation can be the better part of valor, especially when you're thinking about the championship game. As he comes up on the 3 drivers who are not really in the fight, from my understanding of the way the championship pans out. Merritt, Shu and Claridge. Shu and Claridge definitely not in the fight. I'm pretty sure Josh Merritt missed a round and therefore is nowhere near challenging the top end of the order in the West Australian KZ series. 2 laps to go for Blake Mills, last time by down the Arise Racing main straightaway. Blue lights are coming out for Jessica Howe, who's about to go a lap down to your race leader, Blake Mills. On the way down into Hells, but we're watching this battle for third. Merritt, Shu and Claridge. Shu with a big send up the inside of Merritt, who drives it up over the top of the curb to try and fight back. But Tommy Shu has capitalised on that. Now Claridge up the inside. Traeger gets involved in that one as well. Traeger's going to be really tight here. And Merritt survives. They all get through, but Merritt trying to defend from Dan Curry, who's going, come on, Joshy, get a move on. As Josh Merritt really hard on the defensive now, as Nick Middick trying to find his way through as well. The last slapboard coming out to pick up Blake Mills down the Arise Racing main straight. 1 to go for Blake Mills to take a heat win here this afternoon at Wanneroo International Raceway for Tiger Kart Club. Here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts, round 5 and the final dance of the West Australian KZ series. Millsy leads the way. We follow this battle of Josh Merritt really trying to scramble and defend as many spots as he can, but Tommy Sparks is on a big sending mission. Up the inside at Hell's Corner, he picks up another spot. Now Sparksy moves up another spot. He ends up behind Nick Middick on the road into P9. But the checkered flag is out and waiting for this man, your West Australian KZ Series champion and Heat 3 winner today, Blake Mills, snatches a win in Heat 3 of the West Australian KZ Series, brought to you by Flora Plant this weekend. Bailey Gretsch home in second. Tommy Shu with a great drive from 7th to 3rd. Jake Claridge, he's a survivor in P4. The number 95 Luxor kart. Riley Traeger, the number 60 Ricardo kart, goes P5. Daniel Curry P6. Joshua Merritt P7. Nick Middick from deep in the field, he goes to P8. Tommy Sparks from the very back of the grid to P9. Damon Papa Sergio rounds out your top 10. And that is Heat 3 done and dusted for KZ2, brought to you by Flora Plant. Third different race winner today in the KZ series at the final round. You've wrapped up the series and you're starting to prove the point, but now you can go for those race wins. What does the final have in store for us tonight?
It should be good. A few boys have obviously had DNF, so they're going to have good tyres. Yeah, we'll just go give it all we got, so go and have some fun.
You got some of the names stacking up behind you, the likes of Tommy Shue, who's had a race win as well. Jake Claridge is in the mix, and he's proving to be very consistent. Who really coming into this final tonight are still playing the championship game? And if it's not going to be you, who else do you reckon it could be?
I don't know. Mate, yeah, I don't know on that one. I think everyone's just out to win the final, mate. So it's the last one of the year, and go and have some fun. Yeah.
Well, mate, do exactly that. Go have some fun. Your Heat 3 winner. How's that? KZ series bringing 3 different winners today. That is what it's all about, the final round of the West Australian KZ series here at the Arise Racing Carnival of Karts. If you're watching us live online, refresh your browser, because in just a moment we're going to reset the stream and start the second part of our live stream for 4Style Media as we bring you all the finals action here from Tiger Kart Club's Wanneroo International Raceway.